Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note. Thursday, November 7, 2025. Trump's final warning to Democrats: terminate the filibuster, or lose the Republic. Gitmo TV on Telegram. The night of Wednesday, 6th of November, 2025, President Trump's ultimatum echoed through Washington like the final bell before a storm. For 3 years the government has stood frozen, no laws passed, no borders secured, no justice served, only endless political theater while America bleeds. Now Trump has drawn the red line. Terminate the filibuster now, he wrote, or hand our nation to the radical left. This isn't a request, it's an order from the man who built the movement that changed history. Trump's words carry the weight of urgency and prophecy. He knows the game is rigged through endless obstruction, the filibuster being the weapon Democrats have used to crush every America First policy. Without ending it, the GOP will walk into the 2028 elections in chains, unable to act, while the radical left continues to rewrite the laws, the culture, and the Constitution itself. Behind Trump's fury lies strategy. He exposed the exact plan of the enemy: to pack the Supreme Court, add new states, create 4 new Democrat senators, and secure power forever. If the GOP hesitates again, this will be the last free election America ever sees. Trump reminded everyone that Democrats already tried to end the filibuster once, and next time, they won't ask. The time for polite politics is over. What he's offering isn't negotiation, it's dominance. End the shutdown, erase the obstacles, and pass every policy that was promised to the American people. Strong borders, fair elections, protection of women's sports, tax and energy reform, the full defense of the Second Amendment, everything the left fought to block will pass in a single wave. We will be the party that cannot be beaten, Trump declared, the smart party. The choice is no longer political. It's existential. Either the Republicans find their courage and break the chain, or the chain will break the Republic. History will remember what happens next, the event. Be possible timing. The event will be global and irreversible. Monday, November 3, 2025. Global ignition phase. QFS nodes were stabilizing under gold-backed parity while Starlink began aligning communication grids for full system override. EBS, Emergency Broadcast System, PREPS. Trump oversees from Mar-a-Lago War Room. Military begins to escort Zim/Tier 4B holders to centers. Friday, November 7, 2025, Communication blackout. 10 days of darkness protocol activates. All media frequencies will be seized and rerouted through the emergency broadcast system. Traditional television, radio, and online platforms will fall silent as Starlink takes command. Evidence of corruption, hidden tribunals, secret programs, and the full collapse of the Fiat empire. The documentaries prepared under military supervision will expose everything the cabal built in darkness. Names, operations, financial trails, all revealed through quantum evidence stored since 2020. Banking networks have already begun limited shutdowns in Europe and the United States. Central servers are being mirrored onto the quantum grid. Every hidden fund and false reserve is being indexed for public audit once the blackout ends. Behind the curtain, governments are surrendering. Negotiations for peaceful transition are underway in over 50 nations as QFS Command assumes control of state liquidity. The era of debt-based governance is finished. On Monday, 10th of November, Tier 4B notified of how to schedule exchange/redemption appointments. Sunday, 16th of November, 2025, when the blackout lifts, humanity will awaken to a system cleansed of manipulation, powered by truth, and guided by divine law. On Monday, November 17, 2025, end of 10 days of darkness. Jazara Core Pillars, the Red Pill Blueprint Q Drop 4414, the storm is upon us. Jazara activates in phases. 209 nations sign Paris Accord trap, now flip to freedom. 1. Debt Jubilee, all debts wiped. Mortgages, loans, credit cards, zeroed. IRS abolished. Taxes. Only sales on new items. No income theft. 3. QFS activation, unhackable quantum servers. Cheyenne Mountain, Reno, Texas hubs. Biometric access. Your account preloaded with redemption funds. 4. Nizara Fusion, America leads. Forgives farm debts. Restores Constitution. Ends Fed stranglehold. Trump's kill command, implementation locked. Monday, November 3, 2025, EBS, Emergency Broadcast System, PREPS. Trump oversees from Mar-a-Lago War Room. Military escorts ZIM/Tier 4B holders to centers. Redemption Protocol, ZIM bonds, $100 trillion caps redeem at $125 plus per holder. Funds humanitarian projects, no speculation. Tier 1 to 3, banks/gobs paid out October. Tier 4A/B, Internet Group, notified 72 hours post-EBS. 800 hash releases, call, schedule. NDA ironclad. 21 days to redeem. Suppress tech drops, medbeds rollout. Replicators and scarcity. Free energy crushes oil cabals. Cabal takedown, vaults rated Q drop 34, Castle Rock. White Hat storm, Vatican, $34 trillion seized. London, $500 trillion, Pentagon, $2 lakh. 80% dark funds redirected to We the People. Gitmo overflows, 500K plus indictments. Execution silent. Clones glitch out. BRICS rebellion, Russia/China Goldstandard. Iraq dinar RV at $3.71 plus. No more IMF slavery. Inflation apocalypse reversed food/fuel prices crash post-RV. Abundance floods. Middle class. Trillions injected. Elite hordes redistributed. Political purge, election fraud exposed. 2020 stolen, reversed. Trump reinstated. Q says, the best is yet to come. Surveillance smash, no more digital chains. QFS tracks every transaction, but only cabal theft. Privacy for patriots. CBDC. Deep state trap, rejected. Stay frosty. Monitor calms. Redemption imminent. Eyes wide. Share this dossier. The golden age dawns now. Storm unleashed. Victory is ours. What we think we know. This is Friday, November 7, 2025, on Monday, November 3, 2025, and as Q drop 4414 said, the storm is upon us. Jazara began activating in phases for the 209 nations which signed the Paris Accord trap and were now flipped to freedom. And a debt jubilee where all debts were wiped, mortgages, loans and credit cards zeroed out. In the US the IRS would be abolished, with no tax on income and taxes on the sale of new items only. On Friday, November 7, 2025, the Global Military Alliance would take over the major fake news media while making mass arrests around the world. 10 days of communication darkness would follow, with documentaries shown about the fall of the cabal over the new Starlink satellite system on TV, phones and computers. All would end on Sunday, 16th of November, 2025 evening. We would awake Monday morning, November 17, 2025, to a whole new world, politics, health, education and money system of the global currency reset. Global currency reset, warning. Without my permission someone, or ones, have put up over 80 platforms on Telegram under my picture and name of Judy Byington. I do not have a Telegram platform. I do not set up quantum financial accounts. On Saturday 13th of September, 2025, in that Byington platform chat 6226, it said that I was offering to set up quantum financial accounts for people. This is a scam, likely by the deep state cabal to confiscate your money. Warning, on Telegram there are several sites that advertise you can get a quantum account with money in it if you pay them so much dollar. I was told over $2,000, that is a complete scam. Don't do it. As I understand it, quantum financial accounts will be set up for you for free when you go to your appointment at an official redemption center, notification of which will be sent to everyone after the EBS goes off. If you are a victim of the TRB Trump products scam or any scam on Telegram, I recommend you document and notarize your experience, including your contact information, retain a copy and then send the original by regular mail to Alan Garden, General Counsel to the Trump Organization, The Trump Organization, 725 Fifth Avenue, 26th FL, New York, New York, United States. Judy note, it is my personal opinion, and I could easily be wrong, that when we hear the EBS go off with the sound of 7 trumpets, we can soon expect to receive several messages on our cell phones generated from the new Starlink satellite system. One of those messages should contain information about how to gain a redemption center appointment. Those who don't have foreign currency to exchange will use their appointment to set themselves up for banking. Thursday, November 6, 2025, gentle, Gentle reporting window is anytime now till the 13th. Best possibly case that they could send out notifications tonight. They are putting military in place to ensure safety. Thursday, November 6, 2025 TNT, IMF says 99% will happen Friday, November 7, 2025. Thursday, November 6, 2025 Bruce the Big Call. A couple of sources said Friday 7th of November was in play for Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, notification. One said that Tuesday, 11 to 12 November was also a possibility. Others said we could get notification over the weekend. Redemption centers will have better rates than the bank, and you cannot redeem ZIM at a bank. Two separate sources said President Trump will make an announcement on Thanksgiving Day about the QFS and we're on asset-backed USN currency. Doge payments of $200,000 to $495,000, based on your age, will kick in when we start exchanges. They go to citizens as direct deposits. R&R should come out 1 to 2 days before Thanksgiving as direct deposit. Global Financial System, Thursday, November 6, 2025 QFS features and functions. There is no legal payment in QFS. Banks have no control anymore. Banks are already obsolete. QFS ends corruption, bribery, cryptocurrency, GPS and manipulation in the banking system and the central banking system. Edward Snowden on Telegram. Thursday, November 6, 2025 Marks, Alex Jones reported that China will not longer send silver to London. This means when the London market runs out of silver their toast and silver shoots up. Restored Republic. Thursday, November 6, 2025, Scott Brunswick. Gitmo is overflowing. New high-security facilities in northern Canada, Greenland, and remote island zones are being outfitted with electromagnetic shielding and drone exclusion perimeters. Many detainees are now held in underground transit hubs beneath major bases, where they undergo financial and intelligence debriefs. The data from these interrogations, banking trails, asset maps, global networks, is being compiled by quantum forensic systems to feed upcoming tribunal sessions. Meanwhile, the quantum financial system is advancing in stealth. In Singapore and Tokyo, hidden banking nodes are now live, mirroring transactional flows through encrypted microtests. Each network interruption on legacy systems signals another handover to QFS control. Gold reserves are being relocated under armed escort through remote routes, while dormant vaults tied to the old monetary cabal are being drained. The slow technical outages seen in central banks are not errors, they are controlled disconnections. The current government is not reopening. What's coming next is something entirely new, the New Republic. This isn't just a political shift, it's a foundational transformation. The old system has run its course, and the structures built on corruption, deception, and control are being dismantled piece by piece. When the New Republic emerges, it will operate under truth, transparency, and constitutional law for the people, by the people. Thursday, November 6, 2025, India's digital ID system has become a warning to the world. Over 1 billion people were forced into a biometric program that linked food, healthcare, and pensions to one ID. With devastating results. Hackers stole identities, families starved, and the elderly lost their benefits. Thursday, November 6, 2025, President Trump had a message for Nancy Pelosi following her retirement announcement. Great thing for America. She was evil, corrupt, and focused on bad things for our country. I'm honored she impeached me twice and failed twice. Thursday, November 6, 2025, nonprofits plot to instruct non-citizens how to vote for Mamdani uncovered. Thursday, November 6, 2025, Tor says show, never-ending story of Obama. Speaking of liberty, now that we were a couple of days away from another election, pieces of truth about voter fraud to maintain that liberty were beginning to show up, that had yet to make the mainstream media. Why? All the MSM bragged about was how Democrats swept states like New York and, shocker of all shocks, elected a socialist as mayor of New York. But, maybe not. Today, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard exposed a massive Chinese Communist Party plot that rigged the New York City mayoral race. Media Greer of the America Media Group put it this way: Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard announced the discovery of a sophisticated Chinese communist operation designed to rig the New York City mayoral election. Gabbard, appointed by Trump for her fierce independence and anti-establishment stance, detailed how the Chinese government infiltrated the DS-200 ballot scanner systems manufactured by Election Systems and Software, S&S. These scanners, deployed across NYC to alter ballot scans. Votes cast for other candidates were systematically flipped to favor Zohran Mamdani, a far-left contender, in a blatant attempt to subvert the will of the people and install a puppet sympathetic to Beijing's interests. Wednesday, 5th of November, 2025, New York. Breaking: DNI Tulsi Gabbard exposes massive Chinese communist plot to rig the NYC mayoral election in favor of Mamdani Wed. November 5, 2025, New York. Breaking overnight intel drop: deep state panic, NYC falls to socialists, Trump slashes $600 million. From deficit, FBI files burned, Supreme Court showdown begins. Then there's good old California, where Fox News did report that Trump's press secretary confirmed that the president knew about the corruption in California. Trump said, "There is blatant fraud with their mail-in voting system. Fraudulent ballots are being mailed in under the names of other people and illegal aliens. There are countless examples. It's huge." Trump also weighed in on the redistricting vote in California. The unconstitutional redistricting vote in California is a giant scam in that the entire process, in particular the voting itself, is rigged. All mail-in ballots, where the Republicans in that state are shut out, is under very serious legal and criminal review. Stay tuned. A few other tidbits are surfacing, like in Chester County, Pennsylvania, that has been accused of blatant election malfeasance after accidentally not including 75,000 voters on their polling books, resulting in voters actually being turned away. Voter fraud in the U.S. has been rampant for at least the last decade, although because of the complacency of the fake news, no one knew it. The fall of our so-called free system was especially blatant in the 2020 election. The below article was written 5 years ago. Some said I was nuts. I don't think I am. Maybe these below events actually did happen. Just maybe. 2s. December 1, 2020, Obama, Biden. CIA Director Gina Haspel evidently arrested for espionage, voter fraud. Evidently Barack Obama has been arrested in Hawaii and charged with espionage according to an announcement by Assistant Attorney General for National Security, John C. Demers on Saturday 28 of November. That same day Obama's former VP Joe Biden began wearing a boot that could hide an ankle bracelet, although he claimed the boot was due to an ankle injury. 2 weeks ago CIA Director Gina Haspel was captured and detained on charges of election fraud, and said to be spilling the beans on Obama and Biden. Obama, Biden and Haspel were suspected of colluding with foreign powers including the Chinese Communist Party, plus promoting the use of election fraud, to put the socialist-leaning and compromised Biden/Harris ticket in power, overtake the U.S. government, and establish a new world order. Obama's complaint alleged that the former U.S. president compromised U.S. security by conspiring with a business partner and former CIA agent to give U.S. government classified information to high-up Chinese intelligence officials in the People's Republic of China, PRC. Biden was reported to be under house arrest for compromising U.S. security by conspiring with a foreign power to interfere with a U.S. election. Although, Biden was quite upfront about his voter fraud on national TV, saying right before the election that he had compiled the most extensive voter fraud organization in the history of politics. Biden's son Hunter's laptop was said to contain evidence that Biden was compromised, having accepted millions of dollars from China, the Ukraine and other countries during his years in public office, including his 8 years of serving as vice president of the U.S. A Sunday 22nd of November. Reports showed Joe Biden stole $140 million from U.S. Treasury and transferred it to his personal account in the Cayman Islands. Report shows Joe Biden stole $140 million from U.S. federal Treasury and transferred the dollar to Rosemont Seneca, purportedly for bank bailouts, and then to his personal account in the Cayman Islands. Months before the election, the Ukraine had issued a warrant on Biden for his dealings there, news which, like everything else connected to the Democrat cabal, never made it to the left-wing mass media headlines. Haspel's, Obama's and Biden's alleged arrests were said connected to an extensive investigation of massive voter fraud issues centering around Dominion Company servers and the 2020 presidential election that Biden claimed to have won. On 7th of November, 2020, the Saturday after elections, CIA Director Gina Haspel was captured and detained for election fraud. She was injured by U.S. Spec Ops forces that raided a Frankfurt, Germany CIA server farm site. Unfortunately, 5 U.S. soldiers and one of the CIA mercenaries were killed in the firefight. Haspel, evidently in Frankfurt to protect server data that would incriminate deep state leaders such as Obama and Biden, was said to be cooperating to lessen her own sentence and revealing information about an extensive voter fraud scam perpetrated by Democrats in the 2020 election. The military raid captured Dominion voting servers, which were found to have swung votes from Trump to Biden from their locations in Germany, Canada, and Spain. Simultaneous raids took place in Toronto, Dominion voting system headquarters, and Barcelona, Spain, another CIA site server farm used in the election vote switching fraud. Although you would never hear about it in today's mass media, the connections were obviously there. George Soros was head of the board of directors for Dominion. Since the November 3 election, a boatload of evidence has come forth around George Soros-owned, CIA-developed Dominion voting machines that tabulated the U.S. election results. The tabulation was done on easily compromised servers in Germany, Canada and Spain which were hooked up to the Internet. The Dominion programs were said to be designed to throw millions of Trump votes to Biden. In 2002 to 2004 a Hammer supercomputer scorecard app vote switching algorithm software on Dominion machines was borrowed from the CIA to be used in Venezuela and developed Smartmatic. Vote switching software by dictator Hugo Chavez and Venezuelan military officers in order to rig elections. On Saturday morning 28 November Obama's criminal complaint was unsealed by Demers, U.S. Attorney for the District of Hawaii Kenji M. Price, Assistant Director of the FBI's Counterintelligence Division Alan E. Kohler Jr., and Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Honolulu Field Office Eli S. Miranda. A judge has imposed a media blackout in the U.S. on news about the arrest, but Canadian outlets like Conservative Beaver and a couple of Spanish speaking newspapers were not subject to those rules and have reported on the high-profile arrest. Under direction of General Michael Flynn, mass arrests were continuing on over 209,000 sealed indictments filed in federal courts across the nation since President Trump took office. On Wednesday 25 November, Flynn began executing high-level arrests overseas and was presently after pedophiles in the Netherlands, the New World Order and Council of Foreign Relations headquarters, where recently, a lot of planes have mysteriously crashed. Henry Kissinger and others have been ousted from the Council of Foreign Relations. Military rendition flights were all over the U.S. It was said that hundreds of treasonous actors were being extracted, put onto flights and interrogated until they turned, with an emphasis on finding evidence of voter fraud. These military flights were increasing in preparation for potential Antifa violence and RV release security. For years Democratic Party and some Republican political elites apparently have been working in cooperation with the Chinese and other communist parties to overthrow the U.S. government and set up a new world order. Trump and the White Hats of the alliance set up the 2020 presidential election as a sting to catch these bad guys in treason, with intelligence gathered by the Kraken. The Kraken was the nickname of the 305th Battalion Military Intelligence Corps located at Fort Huachuca, Oz. It provided electronic warfare and signals intelligence, SIGINT. The 305th consisting of 6 companies, HHC, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, and Echo. On Wednesday morning 4 November right after the election, the Department of Defense, 305th Battalion and NSA began recording real-time fraud evidence of vote switching from all 6 battleground states, GA, PA, MI, Y, Oz, NV, in a blockchain tech ledger that was unhackable and undeletable. This real-time digital evidence would now be used to prosecute all deep staters involved in election and voter fraud, including Obama, Biden, and Haspel. Page 9 of Sidney Powell's federal lawsuits filed in Georgia and Michigan. Midnight Wednesday 25 November, 2020. The Dominion software was accessed by agents acting on behalf of China and Iran in order to monitor and manipulate elections, including the most recent U.S. general election in 2020. On Tuesday, 1 November Lieutenant General McInerney tweeted, "It is treason. They are trying to overturn this government. A possible timing, the Golden Age ignition, stand by for transmission, Julian Assange." The countdown to Friday, November 7, 2025 has begun. The blackout will not bring fear, it will bring freedom. The Golden Age starts the moment the lights go out. The detonation sequence from November 3 has triggered the global ignition phase. QFS nodes are stabilizing under gold-backed parity while Starlink begins aligning communication grids for full system override. The old world is running on borrowed seconds. Classified military bulletins confirm that the 10 Days of Darkness protocol will officially activate on November 7. During that window, all media frequencies will be seized and rerouted through the emergency broadcast system. Traditional television, radio, and online platforms will fall silent as Starlink takes command. The purpose is not suppression. It is revelation. For the first time in modern history, humanity will witness uncensored truth broadcasts, evidence of corruption, hidden tribunals, secret programs, and the full collapse of the fiat empire. Banking networks have already begun limited shutdowns in Europe and the United States. Central servers are being mirrored onto the quantum grid. Every hidden fund and false reserve is being indexed for public audit once the blackout ends. Behind the curtain, governments are surrendering. Negotiations for peaceful transition are underway in over 50 nations as QFS Command assumes control of state liquidity. The era of debt-based governance is finished. During the 10 days, expect silence, then light. The documentaries prepared under military supervision will expose everything the cabal built in darkness. Names, operations, financial trails, all revealed through quantum evidence stored since 2020. The event will be global and irreversible. When the blackout lifts. November 4, 2025, Code Red, Fed injects $37 billion in days, biggest money printing event since 2020, crypto about to explode. Wednesday 5th of November, 2025, Quantum Financial System fully activated November 2, 2025, QFS, the unbreachable Patriot Fortress obliterating cabal fiat chains forever. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. Patriots, drop everything. The Quantum Financial System, QFS, is no longer a whisper, it's the roaring engine of global liberation, live devouring deep state control grids right now. Fused with Elon Code and GCR/RV blasts, QFS is the White Hat's quantum hammer smashing centuries of financial enslavement. QFS exposed, quantum tech that ends the Fed's reign of terror built on Starlink's orbital quantum network. QFS operates beyond corrupt banks, using AI supercomputers and unbreakable encryption to track every stolen dollar since Jekyll Island. Quantum ledgers, every transaction etched in eternal code. No fakes. No inflation scams. Gold-backed core, trillions in reclaimed assets, gold, silver, resources, backing your wealth. Fiat dies screaming. Satellite dominion, Musk's SOTs override SWIFT, IRS, and globalist chokeholds. Funds teleport globally in nanoseconds. Elon Code plugs you in, biometrics unlock your QFS account, pulling RV revals, GCR transfers, and restitution waves straight to your ledger. QFS weapons deployed against the swamp, theft reversal, scans your life for sabotage, overcharges, debt traps, suppressed credits. Calculates reparations to the penny, student loans erased, taxes refunded with interest. RV/GCR fusion, dinar/dong/zim explode in QFS vaults. Your holdings multiply. $1,000 becomes $1M plus in quantum credits. First QFS warriors confirm, accounts swelling with quantum patriot credits. Redeem for cash, metals, or crypto. Seizure-proof. How QFS shields and empowers you. Quantum entanglement detects interference. Cabal hacks trigger instant lockdowns on their assets. White Hat guardians monitor from bunkers. Nizara/Jazara protocols embedded. Humanitarian funds flood communities, starving elite wars. This isn't a system. It's divine justice coded in Lightspeed Tech. Activation alert, your QFS portal awaits invites hitting hard. QFS quantum access granted. Verify now. Face/voice scan. Damage file upload. Tier lock, millionaire boosts for verified victims. No invite. QFS AI sweeps are hunting, your red-pilled footprint flags you for auto-enrollment. The cabal's doomsday, QFS is their extinction event they hoarded while you starved. QFS reclaims it all, rerouting to patriots who held the line. Irreversible. Unstoppable. Biblical. QFS plus Elon Code equals your empire reborn. Patriots, enter the quantum age. The financial apocalypse favors the awake restored republic. Wednesday 5th of November, 2025. Global military escalation, Gitmo at full capacity as Trump prepares emergency broadcast and activates the Quantum Command Network, the White House on Telegram. Across continents, covert military and intelligence cells are dismantling the last pillars of global control. In Europe, joint raids have struck data centers in Frankfurt, Vienna, and Zurich, Sites long used to store elite digital vaults and off-ledger accounts. Servers, routers, and cryptographic keys are being seized in silence. No headlines, no photos, just empty rooms by morning. In Africa, alliance-backed proxy units are isolating mineral network hubs in Cameroon and the DRC. Cobalt, lithium, and rare earth routes once controlled by globalist financiers are being cut and redirected to sovereign oversight. In the Pacific, marine task forces are intercepting deep-sea corridors once used by black ships carrying contraband and intelligence cargo. 2 vessels near the Philippines were neutralized in recent nights and redirected to secure bays in Guam and Diego Garcia. Meanwhile, the quantum financial system is advancing in stealth. In Singapore and Tokyo, hidden banking nodes are now live, mirroring transactional flows through encrypted microtests. Each network interruption on legacy systems signals another handover to QFS control. Gold reserves are being relocated under armed escort through remote routes, while dormant vaults tied to the old monetary cabal are being drained. The slow technical outages seen in central banks are not errors, they are controlled disconnections. At the borders, tactical operations continue. In Texas, Arizona, and New Mexico, mixed units of federal and military agents are neutralizing infiltration corridors. Ground radar exposes ancient tunnels once used for trafficking and covert transfers. Micro-implosive charges collapse them. Internally, concealing the mission from public view. Cartel remnants are being encircled, some captured alive, others eliminated. It isn't open war, but a silent one fought in the shadows. Gitmo is overflowing. New high-security facilities in northern Canada, Greenland, and remote island zones are being outfitted with electromagnetic shielding and drone exclusion perimeters. Many detainees are now held in underground transit hubs beneath major bases, where they undergo financial and intelligence debriefs. The data from these interrogations, banking trails, asset maps, global networks, is being compiled by quantum forensic systems to feed upcoming tribunal sessions. The emergency broadcast system is in continuous rehearsal. Satellite relays, ground loops, and encrypted handshake protocols are tested daily. Brief blackouts and flickers across local grids are not random, they're dry runs. These tests ensure signal synchronization across continents when the activation order arrives. Mesh networks and backup satellites are being aligned for communication redundancy, with encrypted off-grid channels already active. Deep state remnants are fighting back through sabotage and cyber warfare. In South Asia, a major media conglomerate's servers were wiped clean after decades of political blackmail. In Latin America, a biotech lab linked to epigenetic manipulation burned after drone intervention. Its data already seized. Across Europe, procurement offices tied to surveillance contracts have been infiltrated and fed false directives to collapse their coordination. What's delaying the full reveal is precision. EBS synchronization must reach perfect alignment, cartel pockets in Central Asia and South America must be sealed, and tribunal infrastructure, legal, technical, and digital, must be verified for public broadcast. The alliance cannot afford leaks or timing errors. Everything is in motion. Financial grids, border control, detainee logistics, and global communications have reached final convergence. The public still sees calm, but behind that calm is the largest coordinated operation in modern history. G2's November 4, 2025 classified dossier, Gitmo expansion. 2 new underground wings live. Elite tribunals accelerate. Executions underway. Deep state panic as white hats seize the night. Gitmo TV on Telegram. Patriots, the storm is here. Gitmo isn't a vacation spot, it's the blade dropping on the cabal's neck. 2 massive underground wings opened October 28, 2025, straight from Trump's iron command. High-security vaults, quantum-locked cells, zero-point interrogation grids. No escapes. No mercy. Thousands of new guests inbound, CEOs, senators, Hollywood puppets, Vatican money launderers. They're clones. Already glitching on your screens. Military tribunals aren't rumors, they're raging. Law of war manual in full force. Continuity of government overrides the swamp courts. Over 1,700 private jets seized since July. Flight logs spill the poison. November surge, 300+ indictments unsealed under seal. Treason. Sedition, crimes against humanity. Nuremberg 2.0. Executions silent but stacking. Insiders whisper 47 since September. No appeals. No media leaks. Jazara backbone locked, 85% global QFS tie-in. Banks crumbling, Australia, algorithms firing. Your stolen wealth. Quantum cards testing now. Trump's the only commander. Biden's ghost regime. Nullified. 2021 to 2024 Rio shredded. White House ballroom counter-sigil pulses, DC grid dead. Vatican banks choked. Brussels backups raided. London triad fracturing. Feel the quake. Wildlife fleeing Gitmo perimeter. Frequencies spiking. Remote viewers confirm, or a shift massive. Cabal spells shattered. Their 2030 cage, digital IDs, 5G mind traps, graphene poison, obliterated. Schiff, Pelosi doubles, Obama serpents, tagged for transport. Mayorkas treason flood. Next docket. James election witch hunt. Disbarments too soft, Gitmo gallows. Besieges Uganda echo. Global sink, political prisoners worldwide rising. The fertilizer machines hum. Wings fill with screams. The president commands. Justice drops like thunder. This is the Great Awakening, truth bombs detonating now. Wednesday 5th of November. 2025 alert, systems reawakening under quantum control. Nizar and Jazara QFS, Julian Assange. Banking access remains unstable in key regions. Several major institutions report temporary database realignment, but the truth is clear. The legacy fiat servers have been absorbed. Every transaction now passes through gold-backed quantum nodes monitored by military-grade encryption. The illusion of control is gone. Reports from internal sources confirm that off-ledger accounts, shell corporations, and dormant cabal assets are being purged automatically. Each line of corrupted code is being deleted as the new system recalibrates in real time. The wealth of the world is being reweighted toward transparency. Satellite activity has intensified. Starlink grids are transmitting encrypted data bursts every 15 minutes, rerouting global communication through the quantum backbone. These are not tests. They are confirmations that the next phase, the 10 days of darkness, is imminent. Government servers across multiple continents have entered silent standby. Ministries, treasuries, and financial departments are offline under classified directives. The old world's command systems are frozen. While the new operating core comes online quietly, flawlessly, and beyond their reach. Stay calm. Watch closely. Every flicker, every delay, every reset is evidence that the control grid has changed hands. The silence has served its purpose. The network is awake. Wednesday 5th of November. 2025 FBI surround cartels 24 hours open-air drug market. Poisoning Philadelphia neighborhood, 29 arrested. November 5, 2025, Operation Coast to Coast. FBI and ICE expose Chinese trafficking empire worth millions. November 5, 2025, FBI and ICE arrest 5,000 in Chicago raid on Sinaloa and CJNG, 4 tons of fentanyl seized. Wednesday 5th of November. 2025 presenting to you the 2025 Democrat of the Year, Ian Roberts, Superintendent of Iowa's largest school district. Illegal alien. Fake college degree. Fake SS card. Fake driver's license. Illegally voted. Illegal possession of firearms. $350K/Y paid by taxpayers. Twos. November 4, 2025, just now, Intel dossier. November 4, 2025, Trump's final warning to the GOP, terminate the filibuster now. Twos. November 4, 2025, just in, the 14th block, Senate Democrats refuse for the 14th time to reopen government, shutdown used to rig elections. I've directed them to help taxpayers save money, by assisting ICE in rounding up criminal illegal aliens for deportation. Wednesday 5th of November. 2025 Speaker Johnson is livid after discovering Democrats have filed a lawsuit against the USDA for trying to find out how many illegal immigrants are receiving welfare benefits. They actually sued the Department of Agriculture for simply asking how many illegals are enrolled in welfare programs across states like California and New York. They sued them. Can you believe that? We're working to make government more transparent and efficient for the American people, yet Democrats keep blocking us with political stunts. No wonder Americans are frustrated. Wednesday 5th of November. 2025 Florida, DEA, FBI and ICE raid drug cartel in Florida, 51 dirty officers exposed, $21 million seized. Wednesday 5th of November. 2025 to 5 brothers. 5 countries. $500 billion. The Rothschild strategy that lasted 210 years. Wednesday 5th of November. 2025, How Wall Street Built the Nazi War Machine. November 5, 2025, The Opium Fortunes, How America's Elite Families Got Rich Selling Drugs to China. And $35 million to John Podesta. U.S. Interagency Committee including the State Department, in which Hillary Clinton was the head of, approved Rosatom's 2010 acquisition of Uranium One, a Canadian firm with U.S. mining rights. John Podesta was on the board of a company called Julon Limited who held some of the rights, in which he received a total of $33 million from the deal. The Clinton Foundation received $145 million from Uranium One investors like Frank Giustra, who also just happens to sit on the board of the Clinton Foundation and runs the Radcliffe Foundation, which donates large amounts to the Clinton Initiative and other charities. Frank Giustra is also the founder of Lionsgate Entertainment, a major film production studio in Hollywood, and has extensive ties to third world countries, Haiti etc., through not only the Radcliffe Foundation and the Clinton Foundation, but an organization called the Alpida Project. The Alpida Project, which funds and facilitates mass migration in Europe, also has connections to foster children from all over the world and just happens to use an almost exact match to an FBI-confirmed pedo symbol for their organization's official logo. Bill Clinton and Frank Giustra are known to be good friends and not only working together in each other's projects and foundations, but flying all over the world while Hillary was in office selling access to the administration through pay-to-play politics and the Clinton Foundation. This is how the money was moved. You want access, you make a charitable donation. This is just one way and layer to how they make and move their money. These people are all connected. You don't want to be either. Do the Clintons, especially Hillary Clinton, take the title of being the most corrupt politicians in history? Monday, October 27, 2025. Fox News, Speaker Mike Johnson just confirmed what every American already felt in their gut: the government shutdown wasn't chaos. It was strategy. Democrats met behind closed doors and chose pain. They weaponized suffering to empower Marxist extremists and cripple the nation from within. Behind the speeches and sound bites, a deal was struck in silence. Schumer and his operatives decided that hurting Americans was the most effective political weapon they had left. They didn't miscalculate. They planned it. Johnson revealed the words that echo like confession. They sat in a back room and made the calculation they'd rather shut the government down and impose pain on the American people. That is not leadership. That is treason masked as politics. According to Johnson, this entire operation was built on a simple lie, that the radicals matter more than the workers who built this country. The Marxists, the far left and the base are more active than hard-working Americans. That single admission reveals everything. The Democratic Party no longer serves the people. It serves a revolution. One that thrives on crisis and grows through destruction. Leverage through suffering, the core of the Marxist playbook. A leaked quote from their own operative says it all: every day gets better for us. We'll use the pain for leverage. This is not governance. It is psychological warfare. And the lie goes deeper. The funding resolution Democrats blocked was a clean CR, the same budget they already voted for months ago. Nothing changed except their agenda. If it wasn't about money, then what was it about? Control. The chaos is deliberate. The suffering is tactical. While they pretend to fight for the poor, they are crushing the system to force obedience. A nation exhausted, divided, and broke is easier to control than a free one. The fallout is real. Hundreds of thousands of federal workers are going unpaid. SNAP benefits are frozen for 1 in 8 Americans. Air traffic systems are collapsing under staffing shortages. Morale across the country is sinking as inflation rises and security fades. This isn't mismanagement. It's method. A government held hostage from within. The kind of internal sabotage that precedes collapse. And yet through all the noise, one figure still stands between the people and the abyss. Donald J. Trump. No backroom betrayal. No deals with radicals. Just direction, clarity, and resolve. While others sell the country for political gain, he holds the line for those who still believe in law, order, and America itself. This is not a partisan fight anymore. It's a survival test. The enemy is not across the ocean. It is inside the chamber. These are not mistakes of policy. They are acts of intent. The suffering of a nation turned into currency for a political cult that feeds on division. We are under attack from within. They are not incompetent. They are malicious. And the hour is late. The patriots, the workers, the defenders of truth, all must stand. Because the ballot box may be our last weapon before the storm moves beyond control. This is not about left or right anymore. It's about light and dark. And now the mask has fallen.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Special guest tonight, Louis Herms, next governor of California. And we're hoping so because California needs help. But Louis, you were saying that you guys are like super busy. I'm surprised you were able to even come on. What's been going on?
Yeah, it's crunch time. You know, we've been preparing for this big rally that we have on the 8th, which is this Saturday, November 8th in San Marcos, which is near Carlsbad, California. And obviously we have the debate going on. So we have, you know, it's just amazing. So we're contacting everybody. And then I have to do my daily stuff and have all the meetings for governor. And we're meeting with some amazing teams from top people that everybody knows. We're going to have special things coming to our campaign. And we've got at least 3 people that I can say are coming on from major campaigns of somebody that we know to help push us over the top in the next couple months.
Wow, that's exciting. So it's a progressive type thing. Of course, the elections are like November of next year. So you have a lot of time to build up momentum. You don't want to like go big right away. The best campaigns are the ones that just build momentum all the way in. Mm-hmm. So is that how you guys are looking at planning it? I know we've talked. You do have some blowout people. So that's incredible.
Yeah. So the key is number one, as you can see over my shoulder, I truly believe in the art of war when we're dealing with this parasite control mechanism, right? So what they don't know, they don't know. They're going to be constantly confused with our campaign, which as it should be. Keep them guessing. But that being said, we have a very unique campaign because I'm not a politician and I don't play the political games. I only care about we the people, only we the people. That's it. I'm not interested in anything else, you know. If divinely we hear a message, we take it, we go, and we help we the people out. So we liken our campaign to an education campaign, which is going to take a lot longer than another campaign. And the good news about that is if you think about it, let's just assume hypothetically that we're in the middle of an awakening. Okay. If we're in the middle of the awakening, there's only one candidate that's been the tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist, which means every new port of information literally magnetizes towards us because we've already talked about it in the past. So our campaign will always be on an upward trajectory, no matter how hard they try to take us down. So it's just going to build and build and build. So I believe we're the tortoise and everybody else is the hare. And I'm very excited. Now, it's frustrating for some people too, because here's a great example. We're trying to get the news media to pay attention, and they're completely ghosting us like we don't exist. They're pretending that we don't exist. We had one of my top people went on Wikipedia to get us on Wikipedia because that makes us look more credible, which means we can get the donations, la, 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 la. And Wikipedia said, well, we don't recognize this guy, so we're not going to put him on. And so we sent them proof of who I was. And then they said, well, he doesn't have enough online presence. Well, that's crazy because I have more online presence than Steve Hilton and all the other candidates combined. So then we prove that. They go, okay, now here's the next step is you don't have any media that has recognized you as a candidate. I'm like, oh, here's the game, right? But they didn't know that we had an interview with Gateway Pundit. Even though it's buried on their site, we still did it. So we sent them that. And then they had one more hurdle for us to jump through. When we sent them the evidence of that hurdle, they deleted our account. And the person that was doing the work for us, they banned her from life forever contacting Wikipedia. They thought they would keep throwing up hurdles and we would just back down. But it's like sales. We overcame every objection and they couldn't handle it. So their response, they banned us for even trying, and they kicked I'm sorry, they deleted her account for trying, and they banned her for life. She cannot make any submissions with her name and her email on anything on Wikipedia from now to eternity.
Wow.
That's what we're dealing with.
That's I mean, we're the ones that lived through the social media blackout, and suppression and free speech suppression and all that kind of stuff. But it seems like once you go into these other areas, it exists on another level again. Wow.
It's crazy. Did you ever get your account back from YouTube yet?
Yeah, we're on YouTube right now. We're playing live. So I've been on YouTube since March or April, somewhere around there. And I've been growing it. I got an old channel that, was taken down. I never tried to hey, why'd you guys take it down? Because I did that for a few of them. They're like, whatever. So
right.
What you're going through, And so this one just popped up by chance. It's kind of one of those my wife Tracy things. I was like, I really need to get back on YouTube, because that's where I had a lot of I was really not going anywhere. Rumble's like restricting me. So she was like, okay, let me think about that. And then this thing pops up and says, one of my accounts, and I'm like, and it had the contest button, and I'm like, contest, and they got back to me and said, yeah, you're right. You should. We overstepped, and you should have your account back. So then I started building it back, and so doubled the subscribers again. I think I'm at 101,000. It was like 50 something, and so it's coming back. Had 250,000, and then
I remember the day you went down, you had 250,000.
Yeah, I had 250,000, and then I built it back up to 150, and then real quick, and then bam. Then I got 125, bam, then 100, bam. And this, over and over and over again. Yeah. I'd build it up and they knock it down. They wouldn't give me like a warning or 3 strikes, like they normally do. They just something they didn't like. They're like, boom. And then it was like anytime I tried to come in, I'd come in like the Intuitive Warrior and our Michael K. Jaco, or
I remember
just all kind of different stuff. And I'd slip in and they wouldn't recognize me for a while, and then somebody dined me out or something, or their AI found me, and then for years I was not able to get on. And then so Trump got back in office, and a lot of us have been able to get back on. Charlie Ward's back, Nicholas Common's back.
I know Laura Eisenhower's back. Virtually everybody's back except me. They haven't given me my account back.
Well, that's because you're running for governor.
I guess so. I have an account
treatment still, like we're talking about. It's crazy.
Yeah, we had an accident account that just happened to build up. There's probably 14,000 on it now. But my original account, the big one with all my content on it, they're pretending like it doesn't exist. We've been contacting them. They're just like, nope, sorry, no, nothing. Won't respond to me. And we're like, wow. That's crazy. And that's the account, the one they really attacked, because the first time they deleted that account is, I think you remember, I posted a 15-second video that said, we the people, I said, manifest your destiny. We the people win. That's it.
Viral. Yeah.
That's it. And they deleted that because of that 15-second video, that little 15-second video. So they deleted the account. We appealed. We did a legal appeal, and I wrote the legal language, and they gave me that account back. And then the day I had a certain amount of views and followers, they deleted it. When I had no strikes, they deleted my whole account. That was after the purge, by the way. And then that's it. They've and I keep hearing everybody's calling me and texting me, Lewis, we got our account back. Give it a shot. I'm like, yeah, it's not happening. So. It is what it is.
We'll pray for you, and hopefully it'll come through.
Yeah, it'd be nice, but it is what it is.
Musk just talked about doing, because he says that Wikipedia is corrupt. He's talked about doing some kind of Wikipedia-like thing as well.
Yeah,
so we'll probably see that come out here pretty soon.
Rockopedia.
Yeah. Exopedia or whatever. Yeah. Grokkopedia. Yeah, I think that's what he called it too.
That's what it is.
Right. Yeah. So we've seen you're in a Democrat state. Last
Am
night.
I? That's what they say.
Well, I mean, that's what they say. You're right. That's what they say. But is it? Is
I
there?
think I have some
Is there
proof that
Democrat
there.
state
I have
anywhere
some proof.
really at this
I'm
point?
sorry, I didn't hear you. I apologize. What was that?
Is there a Democrat state anywhere at this point? Really?
Yeah, so true. So I think I have proof that this is not a Democrat state as of yesterday.
Wow.
I just haven't had the time to put it together. So I did some research. So when I started seeing the numbers, well, first CNN with 1 second after the polls closed said Proposition 50 passed in California. 1 second. Not quite sure how they counted it that fast.
President Biden too.
So that was fascinating, right? So I go, okay. So I said, what's the percentage? And they had it like 2/3 of California voted for yes on Proposition 50. Doesn't make sense because the only thing they had is they're just like, pretty much, if you hate Trump, vote yes. You know, that's kind of what all their advertisements were. It's just crazy. And I walked through the line to vote yesterday, my wife and I, and normally you'll see the line maybe 50, 60 feet out the door. This was like 1/8 of a mile long. It was like an hour and a half, 2 hours. It was crazy, right? And you know, when I'm walking down the line and you're looking at the demographic, it wasn't chock full with a bunch of liberals, right? These are conservatives. I even talked a little bit around the line about no on 50, and you hear people like, yeah. And we're looking at and I actually took the envelope with the ballot inside of it just to show. See, you can look through the hole. You can see where it says no. It's right there. It's very obvious what's going on. And then they're strategizing to flip it over, you know, all this stuff. But my point is, but the vote says, according to the media, 67%. I go, okay. I said, you know what? We know that's machines is how they manipulate this. I said, so I'm curious. Let me go to Shasta County, which doesn't have machines. They're on paper ballots. And let me see what their numbers are. 69% no when I looked.
Wow.
Does that tell you everything that we need to know?
Pretty much.
Right?
How about that?
That's it. So it's an absolute bunch of lies. It's absolute ridiculous. It's propaganda. It's fakery. It's foolery. It's really sickening. So I believe, though, things are looking very, very good. I believe the Mondami vote, this vote, and other things, I believe these are going to be Supreme Court / RICO / military invention deals going on because of what is going on right now. It's so blatant. It's so obvious that I believe things are going to flip on its head really, really quick. So I think the future is bright for us.
Yeah. So same with Virginia and New Jersey, you think?
Virginia's a weird one. You know, the challenge I had with Virginia is the one running which Trump didn't put his support around, and he would have, but she came out as a never Trumper.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah. Why on earth would you do that? Right? It just doesn't make any sense. At least she could have had a mea culpa before she ran, but I think they think that they can get the Republican vote for some reason, and then they can get the Trump haters at the same time. And it's same political games. They're always trying to do this political balance, right?
Huh.
And I would prefer authenticity. I know what a weird concept, right? Just be authentic. And I think what she should have done is said, President Trump, can I have a sit down with you? She should have gone to DC and had a sit down with them and said, how can we work this together? And then I think she could have won if the votes were real, but they're fake anyways. And think about it. You have such a huge percentage of Democrats that work in DC that are in Virginia, right? So the shutdown, I believe that the Democrats were intentionally keeping the shutdown past the elections because everybody would be off of work. Therefore, they would go to the polls. Everywhere they can manipulate, they're going to manipulate. And Jersey just looks like fake, phony, and false to me.
Yeah, that's, I mean, when the polling, because the polling usually goes in the Democrat direction. So for the polls to be close, we should have had the GOP guy win, but that's he lost by like 12 points. So
it doesn't make sense. Now
Yeah.
listen to this anomaly,
Mhm.
and this is the one that they should send in the National Guard immediately to start investigating. In New York, if you add up what Mondami had and Cuomo, a Democrat and a socialist, a communist, really, if you listen to them, their total is 92%. Well, even the mainstream media says there's 40% Republicans in New York. How is it possible then 92% voted for Democrat and socialist? It doesn't, there's no common sense there. We look at it and we go, that's impossible. It would never happen, right? Something is definitely wrong. And that one is so blatant. There's no way you can turn it around. Even if Trump came out and gave Cuomo a big hug and said, vote for this guy right now, it wouldn't have been 92% of Republicans turning on their own value set. And I'm sorry, all the Republicans turning on their own value set and saying, I want either this Democrat or the socialist. It just never would have happened. So
Yeah.
the numbers don't add up. So this is election fraud clearly across the board. And we're either just going to keep getting smacked in the face, or the feds and the military are going to come in and go, okay, this is time.
Yeah. And there was on the Virginia side, there was a guy, Jay Jones. He was elected as well, and he had texted a fellow delegate that he thought his opponent, a GOP guy, all this
right,
and he was elected. And then Spanberger, who's former CIA, won by and she was called out about it, and she never said it. She never would say, because to them it's already, the vote is already in. They already know how things are going to work.
Right.
She couldn't diss him because he was going to be, regardless of how the vote really was going to be. Like you're talking about in Mount Shasta, 69% of people said no, but it turned out that everybody said yes. So that's the way these votes are now. I'm surprised that 10 months in now that the Trump team didn't come in and do anything. But when you look at the corruption that, like you're talking about, that could be revealed, this may be why they didn't.
Yeah, that's the only thing I'm kind of hanging my hat on, is that it's possible that they just needed a little bit more awakening. And because the fact is, I still talk to people, even Republicans, and they're like, no, I don't think there's a election fraud. And the language matters. And this is what I'm saying online. We constantly have conservatives saying, oh, it's blue this, and Democrats won this, and Democrats took this, and da-da-da, and they come. And I go, no, you have to understand. We cannot continue to use that language. It's election fraud. As long as we keep using the language that the Dems win, the Dems win, the Dems are winning, instead of the Dems stole it because of election fraud, then the zeitgeist, as we call it, right, is believing that they're more powerful than they are. And that's exactly what the deep state swamp rats want. They want our communication publicly to be the Dems won. That's what they want. The last thing they want is to say they won because they stole it. They don't want that type of talk. And that's the challenge, is I'm still seeing a lot of people saying, man, they won it again. I'm like, no, we got to change our language.
Yeah. And for me, I just look at, they're surrounded by Republicans. They're an island, right? With a sea of red all around them, people with, guns and so forth. And it's that way all across the country. There's just these little blue dots with a massive sea of red. At some point they cease to exist because they put themselves out of existence. So, I mean, they're canceling out themselves, and they're voting in people that will destroy, like we've seen in London. We've had Muslims in London for a while now running the mayorship there, and London is rape capital of the world right now.
Wow.
So,
So bad.
that's going to happen in New York soon.
Yeah, exactly. It's so bad. But it's interesting though how the powers that be are covering up the death rates, because I go on
Oh
and
yeah,
check the death rates, and they always seem to balance year to year to year to year, right? It's
Mm.
fascinating, because I can tell you, just if you talk to people around people I know, it's another one died, another one died, another one died, the funeral, all over the place, right? And
Yeah.
now the sad part is I'm noticing that there's people going and talking to morgues and embalmers, and they're
Right.
not speaking now. They were coming out before, and they're like, yeah, hey, we're seeing a lot of extra. This is weird. Da, da. Now it's like their mouths are shut. Somebody got to them. Somebody talked to them and said, you are not going to say anything. I don't know what they threatened them with. Maybe some lawfare. I don't know. But we're not getting the information from them anymore, which is hyper suspicious.
Yeah, there was a time I tried to get the Brit that was revealing, and he's had him lined up. He was supposed to come on my show. He contacted us and said, I've got overwhelming pushback. I can't do this anymore. And he wanted to do it, but his wife was like, no, you're not going to do it. So he stopped out. So I put it out. Anybody out there, and a Canadian came on, and he like ran a couple of different places where they do the embalming. He had like 4 or 5 different places. So I'll come on your show, and I was like, you want to like hide your face, and I won't share your name. It's like, no, I'll be good. So I'm like, okay. So he came on. He called me early the next morning, because we did it in the afternoon, and he called me got in touch with me the early next morning. Can you take that video down? I am just like getting slammed. So it's like, okay. So just recently, I was going to have a guy on, and he went silent too. He was revealing that the white clotting material that's in there, and that a lot of the morticians and so forth are finding.
Yep.
In Utah, where I'm at right now, there was a big group that was revealing. I don't know if they stopped him out or what, but he backed out of coming on my show just recently too. So you're right. It's just really been covered up.
Yeah, it's scary. It's what it is. But
It's really sad.
they can only suppress it so long. See, it's different. So you could suppress the Kennedy killing, right? Kennedys, I should say, because we didn't have the internet at that time.
Yep.
So they had a long time to suppress it. They could suppress 9/11 because it was different and there wasn't as much internet play at the time. Now they can't even, there's funky stuff clearly going on with the Charlie Kirk assassination, and whoever wants to try to put a lid on this is having a trouble doing this. So I believe they can only suppress these embalmers and these medical types that want to reveal this for so long. There's going to be some people that come out with courage, and I think maybe, Mike, your idea is the best. Well, let's just get. How about we try to put together, and I'll do it with you, a show with like 4 or 5 of them, and they can just hide their identity. We can even change their voice.
I would do that. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, we can have a whole bunch of them on.
Anyone listening now, or anyone that knows anybody, if they want to hide their identity and come forward, we'll absolutely do that.
Yeah, I'll put this on my channel too then.
Where we talk about vaccine injuries and deaths and so forth. And I'm very war nurse. Is that it? Arlene Wanser, maybe.
Yeah. Why do we always have to threaten legal to get anything done? It's crazy.
That's sad. That's real sad. So I mean, let's look at your campaign ideals. What you're campaigning for. I did a show just recently with a gentleman in Texas that's running, Doc
Pete Chambers. Yeah.
Pete Chambers. Yeah. You know him?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. So yeah, I've been wanting to do a show with him for a while. And so I was at a conference in Alameda, and this woman comes up and says, so I heard you want to do Pete Chambers. And it was like, God answered that call out. And so she hooked us up. Tracy lined it up, and I did a show with him. Amazing guy. But I went through each one of his points, and staggering. Anyone that sees that show and doesn't want to vote for him, because everybody that's seen the show is like, I'm voting for that guy. That's a Texan. And that's kind of the way you are. If people just hear what you are talking about, we did a conference together, very nice event. And all the points you put out, I'm like, if people don't vote for you, they're like completely brain dead. All the things that you're going to do is staggering. You want to go over a few of those points? That's
sure.
Incredible.
Yeah. Now, the first thing is I've learned a long time ago, simplicity and common sense rule the day.
Yeah.
Right. We overcomplicate everything. So obviously, one of my big issues is child trafficking. Yeah. Because it's $100 billion profitable industry in California, which makes it the #1 industry in California. But we ignore it like it doesn't exist. Right. So we're forming a special task force of rescue professionals, special technology that's going to go around that. And we're going to hold those in power. Listen to this, guys. Those that are in power, we're going to hold accountable, because those are the ones that have been running cover for the evildoers, the judges and the politicians and the corporations. So that's who we need to focus on. We're also going to launch a full investigation of CPS and the foster system, because there's a whole system right now where they're actively trying to medically change the biology, which is impossible, right, of a child. And they're finding some legal loopholes to do that, especially in LA County. It's really disgusting. We're actually working on getting an anti-grooming bill sponsored way before we're even in the governor's mansion, right? And we're committed. We're not going to let human trafficking and the scourge of it push us around anymore. And that should be everybody's #1 issue. That's actually what drove me into the race. So that's it. Election fraud. Everybody knows it's real. The answers are very, very simple. Paper ballots. I like same day counting, voter IDs. I prefer same day voting. I know you like multiple day voting, but I prefer same day voting. And
that's because we have a rigged system. And the way to get around that is to just have everybody vote over a period of time. But if it was a smooth system, like you're talking about in Mount Shasta, they saw it's amazing how they got around that, but they did. If you can do that in every county, it can be done. But yeah,
let me give you why I don't think that helps. Just, and you and I can debate on this if you want. My biggest challenge with that is I liken it to this, and I did a post on this today. Imagine I'm a championship chess player, but I tell my opponent ahead of time what my next 3 moves are. So when we're voting by mail or early voting, the baddies, I believe personally, especially with that vote on no, because you could see it through the ballot, they already know what they have. So they're going to know how they can cheat. So it's like giving them ahead of time. Now, if we were doing precinct voting, we would never have to do but 1 day, because we would do all the little teeny precincts, which Mark Cook has proven, through his road show and the count. I've seen it with my own eyes in Vegas. I saw him do it. They can train people within an hour, and those people count perfectly every single time with the system that they have. So it can be done. It just needs to be organized. And then, as you've heard me say, which is very, very important, starting to get a lot of traction now, which is good, I believe we should put serial numbers on every ballot. And the only thing a machine should be used for is after the ballots are counted, throw that through a machine only to do one thing, just to make sure it's not a duplicate serial number or out of sequence. Because if it is, it's fake. It's that easy.
Yep. Watercolors. Yep.
Yep. But a watercolor, I always even tell Mark this, a watercolor can still be duplicated.
Really?
Yeah, you can counterfeit it if you find out the process that they're using. You can't do that with a serial number. It's impossible. Numbers are numbers.
The reason why I said multiple days, and that I think that really worked for Trump, was because of Maricopa County. You know, we all of us said, don't early vote, go the day of. And they, same thing. They're like, okay, they're coming. So they rigged the machines and none of them worked. No one could vote. And then the ones that did vote, they took them to the warehouse and then, you know, mismanaged them. And then Katie Hobbs, who never came out of her basement.
Right. Well, they're always going to find evil and criminals will always find a way to do what they do. That's why it's laughable when people say there should be gun laws. The only people that gun laws work for are the people that follow the law. Criminals don't follow the law. Look at Chicago. Got all the gun laws in the world. Why is that? Because there's nobody that's there to defend themselves. It's just the lack of common sense is huge. But you want to go into some more of these things?
Yeah. So let's talk about you know, the thing that's really starting to kick in Florida, and some other states are starting to talk about it. The home tax, whatever. What's a property tax?
Property taxes.
Property taxes. You're talking about doing away with them, and they every state should do away with them. If you find out how they're manipulating, controlling that, and see the mismanagement that's going on with that, everyone in the state should be like, we're not doing that anymore. So,
right. Well, if they knew what the agenda was, if they knew that the agenda was to steal your property, people would say, I'm not going to pay property taxes. Right. It's crazy. So it's another simple process. So I believe 70 to 80% of our current budget in California is waste, fraud, and abuse. So we go in there, we torch the waste, fraud, and abuse. Now we have just a small percentage that we actually have that is in the budget that's legit, which gives us a windfall. So we'd be able to get rid of income and property taxes. Pretty simple. These are easy peasy solutions. But they keep it so messy so they kind of pretend like, oh, that's impossible. We could never do that, right? Well, it's because it's going into everybody's pocket. Wait till people see the bond issues that are going to bankrupt California pretty soon.
Yeah, wow. So another one that you know, some states have been able to do, Alaska, Texas, Florida, and Tennessee, maybe a few other states out there, is no tax at all. No personal tax. So you've talked about how you can do away with that too. I mean, just those three things, everybody should be lined up and Lewis Herms. Just how could you not? But you have so many others.
Can you imagine the way the economy will be boosted just when you get rid of those? I call them illegal taxes.
Yeah,
the economy is going to go through just on that. And then when you start putting money into the right places in the economy, like as a conservative leaning libertarian, I don't believe in subsidies. I think we need to recognize these are real people, right? And they have significant problems.
Yeah.
Whatever that problem is. Some of the times it's an alcohol drug problem. We need to figure out how to do that and address the alcohol and drug problem. Mm-hmm. Sometimes they've been beaten down so much by society, they said they would just rather check out, right? I believe we should find a way for everybody to have a home, right? Only we have to be respectful within them, not like we did in the 70s, right? Where you put everybody on Thorazine and they're walking around like zombies in the hallway and we're doing shock treatments on them. That's real stuff. No, we need to honor these people no matter if they're homeless or not. And we need to create work programs and incentivize them to get back on their feet. Because I would say, Mike, 80 to 90% of homeless, they would probably want to be sober. They probably would want to live in some place and they probably would want to be better, right? So we need to work on assisting them to be better and feel valuable again. We can't just throw them to the side, but it also will help take them off the street so they won't be a eyesore on society at the same time. And it can definitely be done. We just need to invest in it. The investment will be less than it costs to not invest. And that's the key.
So business, obviously, at one time, California was like one of the places that businesses wanted to be. But California's been driving those businesses out. And I think that's probably one of the reasons why is because they make so much money on the illicit trades, like we were talking about, drug trafficking, human trafficking, so forth, that they don't care about regular business. Like Elon Musk, they pissed him off so much he just left and went to Texas.
That's right.
What would you do to bring back businesses?
Well, first, if we get rid of the income tax that we're working on doing, that's going to be a huge draw for businesses, right?
Sure.
And then we take away the ridiculous, fake, phony, and false environmental regulations. That's huge. And then we stop fining and feeing these businesses left and right every time they want to build something or do something, and they have to go through some hoops. It's ridiculous. I actually think that is directly against the Chevron deference decision. So we'll connect that. There's going to be a lot of incentive. And then when you remove those income taxes and the property taxes, that money that's infused into California, and we clear our budgets out so we can spend money where it's supposed to be spent, infrastructure, I think businesses are going to flock to California, and it's going to be like another gold rush in California when we accomplish what we're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, the environment there in California is one of the most beautiful states of all 50 states. I've been to all of them, and California is one of my favorite. But unfortunately, they've had this environmental thing where it's like, don't get involved in the environment and let it go natural. That's like letting the weeds grow in your yard and in your vegetable crop and so forth. It's take it over. So having hiked the Pacific Crest Trail, I see how the environment they just let it grow. There's no clearing the deadfall. President Trump, talked to Gavin Newsom. You need to start to clean your forest up and clean out the deadfall, and they ignored it. Of course, we've had crazy fires that somehow magically burned all the way down into the homes. So what would you do about that? Would you and Trump offered to build Mount Shasta Dam higher, and Gavin Newsom refused to do that too. What would you do about all that?
Well, I would actually build the dams higher. I would let water flow instead of throwing 60% of into the ocean. I would not let people privatize water rights, which is crazy. That alone is happening. And then I would absolutely demand fire abatement. He hasn't done fire abatement here in 2 decades. We haven't had fire abatement.
Yeah,
ridiculous. Are you kidding this, right? But if the water flows, that's the other thing. I believe there's been a fake drought, right? Because the water's not flowing the way it flows. It should flow, so they can always say, "Oh, look at the dams are dry, the reservoirs are dry. We don't have water to this. We don't have water to do this. Woe is me!" But they tend to bring water to their cronies, the people in their political payoffs. They tend to get as much water as they want, right? So that being said, the water flow alone would help. We don't have a drought if you're still throwing 60% into the ocean. Sorry. That doesn't exist. That would help a lot in a lot of these brush areas, but fire abatement is huge. And it all you have to do, they love government manpower, so why not hire people to clear all the brush, right?
There's got all those homeless that would love to
there you go.
And be involved and contribute. There's so many, and young people that are out of work, get them involved. These used to do that in the past. So I think there's a lot of stuff that can be easily turned around, but you have a corrupt system there. What would you do about corrupt politicians that are all throughout the state?
Well, we would expose them big time. In fact, I'm going to create a website that's going to be government sanctioned. It's going to be exposure.ca.gov. And we're going to put their faces, their names, and what they have been doing or haven't been doing. Let's say they're being obstructionist on the actual website for everybody to view. And the heat can go on them. And we'll say, here's their phone number. If they're government, their government, say, here it is. We're not going to dox them. Right.
Yeah, yep.
We're going to put their information out there, and we're going to put pressure on them that they either change their ways, right? They're going to be pushed out, and they know if they hit there, that already means they're being investigated. So they better be very, very careful. So exposure.ca.gov is going to take we're going to put judges on there. We're going to put politicians on there, dirty cops on there. It's going to be, I think it will be the most viewed website in history, because we know how people like to watch salacious stuff. I think they're going to be all over this website.
That's fantastic. Wow. And that's something that every state should follow. That's amazing. So anything else that you'd like to, say that really stands out now? And then, of course, give us the information on the upcoming event.
Sure. I mean, we have a ton of things, but I will mention there's already technology out there that we can reduce our energy cost currently with certain technologies by 70 to 80% already. Can you imagine reducing the energy cost, getting rid of income tax, bringing jobs in, and the economy booming? It really will be a gold rush. Now, our goal is to get 0 point energy. Oh my God, did he say that out loud? He must need a tinfoil hat. We're going to get 0 point energy into all the houses. It's probably going to take a couple of decades. The reason why the parasites that control things all over the world do not want you to have 0 point energy, because then you are uncontrollable. You are sovereign. You are autonomous from government control at that moment. And you can produce at a very high level if you have energy that is produced right there from the ether or whatever that is. So that's one of our major goals also. That'll take longer.
Yeah, probably won't take that long. I know some technologies that we got probably going to be released in the next few years that will give energy to every home. So we're close. You just have to have the ability to say, yes, we're going to do this, and then move forward with it. But a lot of these politicians have puppet strings on them, so they can't do that. And that's where revealing some of those politicians that are corrupt would be fantastic. And then they can explain themselves. You get the phone number or the emails, like there you go. You did this, and we're going to put your phone number and our email there, and you can explain yourself why you did this. And
exactly.
You're gonna have millions of people contact you and say, what are you doing? And then you can either probably go away or fix it, like you're talking about.
Yeah. Imagine if we sponsor bills, propositions, or legislation, and it's 1 page instead of 100 pages. Very concise language. Here's the beauty of that, and this is why I'm so excited about this. When we just do this 1 page legislation stuff, it's very easy to expose corruption, because it'll be very, very simple. Here's how we're going to go after child traffickers. We need you to do this, this, and this. Approve. That's a yes or no vote. You vote no, it's like, what's going on with this person? When you make these 100-page bills and you let all the attorneys get involved with this, because that's what keeps them employed, right? Now it's murky. So you can't really call people out, because they're like, oh, well, it's not what you think, or there's this one line in here, so on and so forth. If you simplify these things, boom, I think it's going to be extraordinarily helpful. And don't even get me started on eliminating 80 to 90% of the laws that are on the books right now, because they're convoluted. They're not there to help anybody.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yep. So Louis Herms for governor. So what's the next thing? What's the next step?
Well, we have a huge day coming Saturday, just a few days from now. So November 8th, Saturday in San Marcos, California, which is near Carlsbad. We have a beautiful rally. I mean, we have the most amazing speakers are going to be there. Michael Jaco will be there. It's incredible. We have the best music. When you guys see the entertainment that's going to be there, blow you away. And that's from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. morning to noon, right there. And that's going to be really, really cool. And I'll speak at the last probably half hour, 45 minutes of that. I'm excited about that. That's free, guys. Just go to hermsforcali.com, click on events at hermsforcali.com, and it's free. Just RSVP so we know who's going to be there, because we're going to have security all over the place. Michael and I have already been through it with poisoning and some other things. We don't need to go through that again. So click on RSVP. And at night, which is really cool, I will be on the debate stage with a bunch of Republican candidates. So we'd love to see you there also. Go back one page, Mike. I'll show them something. So at night, in the same location, Awaken Church in San Marcos, if you go down, just scroll down, sorry. There you go. So you should take your power back, California Showdown. You'll see my face right next to Steve Hilton up on the left-hand side. This is going to be the big debate. So that evening, it'll be a debate. If you want to get tickets, we have the best price tickets on the web because my campaign is subsidizing this to help people get in there for less. Scroll down if you could, and I can show them. So a general ticket for that. Remember, the rally's free. This is at night. We don't run this. But black tie, if you want to meet and greet everybody, including all the candidates, that's $250. That's discounted. VIP seating at that event is $125. By the way, if you do VIP seating or black tie at this, we're going to give you free VIP seating at our rally in the morning also. General seating is just $40, and then you can see the debate. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that sounds great. Wow. So I'm going for the black tie, so gotta wear that thing. So I don't get to wear it that often, so that'll be fun.
Exactly.
All right, so yeah. So there's people. So Tracy's like, you're going to be there. I cannot wait to see everyone. So yeah, hopefully we see a lot of you guys there. That'd be fantastic.
I think it's going to be a game changer, Mike. I really do. This is going to change. We're going to flip everything on its head. People are going to see things that day, and they're going to go, "Wow, okay, this is real."
So yeah, looks like you got some high-end moderators. So is this going to be televised or?
Yeah, if you'd like to, anybody, I've got the connection to get everybody to live stream it. They just have to let me know. Anybody that wants to live stream it, they can live stream it. We're not live streaming the rally. You have to be at the rally itself, right? The debate will be live streamed on several channels.
Yeah, very good. Wow. Fantastic. So moving the right direction, Lewis. That's exciting times.
It is a lot of work to do, a lot of work done, but we're going forward, and it is really an education process, but we're up for it.
Yeah, like you educated a large group of people tonight, and it'll go out. More people see it tomorrow, and then the next day, and the day after. So that's going to be very exciting. So as more people see what your agenda is and so forth, they're going to get excited, and once they get the excitement, they're going to get involved. I hope a lot of them, sharing it and maybe supporting you in different ways. So I know donations make a big difference in these events. So donate if you can. If you can't make it, I'll try and live stream it on my show. So we'll try and live stream as much as we can everywhere.
Yep. Cool. Yeah. Donations are helpful. We're against people that probably have $100 million in the campaign. So we're going to need money, unfortunately. By the way, that's something I'm working on. You and I could talk privately on how to get rid of the money need for a campaign. I want a plumber who makes $100,000 a year to be able to run and have just as good a chance as a billionaire that comes in. So this is something that we need to reform, right? Where we just need good, we the people candidates from now on. But unfortunately, we need the money now in order to get to the point. So nobody needs the money in the future. So that's something else we're going to work on.
Well, that's a good point. And then, a lot of these people, when they get in office, they start campaigning again. But I think you're going to be hard at work.
Yeah, no, that's not. I didn't want to do this. I was called to do this. They've already called me the anti-politician because I won't follow the rules. I don't. Yeah. They made the rules for corruption. I'm not interested in that.
That's great. Well, thanks so much, Lewis. And we're going to see you in a few days. So look forward to seeing you, and hopefully we'll see a lot of people in the audience is going to be there too. So great job. Best of luck, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Looking forward to Love Bubbles.
That's it. All right. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. I'm here in Draper, Utah, where LifeWave headquarters is. I'm going to have a group here in a couple days. So fantastic that the Democrats are going to sweep the George, what is it, Virginia, New Jersey, and probably do Proposition 50. I said Proposition 10 the other night, so thank you for everybody correcting me. But it was Proposition 50, where California, who's expert at, basically changing zones so that more Democrats can get in there, absentee ballots and all that kind of stuff. They've pretty much taken over the state completely, even though 40% of the voters are Republican. So it's crazy. So if you have 40% of voters that vote Republican, and you have like 70% of the state Democrat, there's probably some shady stuff going on, right? So, yep. It's now, why are we going to have this sweep? Because we all know, the most of us that are awake, that are pretty much taking our consciousness to the next level. What is going on with people that would vote for demon rats? All right, because every state, every city where the Democrats are mostly in control is a complete shithole. They have some of the worst education. The cost of living is over the top. People can't afford it. The people that they've said that they were going to try and help, their Democrat base, they can't even live in the states. They can't even live in the cities where they're at because the cost of living is so high. And gosh, we go on for so much. I mean, the crime, the filth, homelessness in all these cities. Yet people keep voting them in. What is going on? So it's a consciousness problem, obviously. So I've all day long while I was driving here, I was like listening to like housing and all these markets and so forth. Bullshit, basically. Now people are leaving there. Now, will New Yorkers go fill it back up? Will New Yorkers, because it's like, New York has a very high cost of living, although the housing prices are pretty much the same as they were like 20 years ago. That's crazy, right? Yet the rental rate is sky high, right? So that means that younger people are coming into New York and they want free everything. And they think that although they don't believe communism works, they're going to vote for a communist, right? Riddle me that, bad man. How does that make any kind of sense whatsoever? So I guess, the educational system has made our younger folk pretty much clueless, unfortunately. And they don't like old people like me being in positions of power. They want us out. So that's I guess, they don't want the people that have, learned through trial and error and see things that don't work and, have the experience and so forth. They want new people. All right. So they want a Mamdani that has no experience, is a communist, is basically a radical Muslim, in my opinion, who probably shouldn't even be in the United States. So that's what they're going to vote in because he's promised them everything. It would be like me saying, I'm going to hire anyone that wants to work for me, and I'm going to give you $1 million a year, right? You're going to make $1 million a year. Now, I don't have the means to like pay people that much, but I'm just going to say it. And people are going to just come flocking, and then they find out that I can't. I would never do that, of course. But then they're going to find out that I don't have that kind of money. That's what New Yorkers are going to find out, right? They're going to find out that Mamdani doesn't have that kind of money because the people with the money are going to flee New York, and they've said they're going to flee New York. If you were like ultra rich and you left California over the last several years, they still taxed you. It's like, oh, no, we can still tax you for the time that you were here, that you were like a multi-billionaire or millionaire, whatever. We're still going to get some of that. I don't know how they were getting around that, but I think probably smart people came in and they should shut that down. But there was a time where they were doing it. I don't know if they got away with it. Maybe they just said, kind of like Mamdani, this is what we're going to do, and you're going to do it. And then people are like, oh, okay, I'll give you 20% of my wealth because I lived in California for all this time. Yeah, you made that wealth because I was in California government. Yeah. So this taxation thing, I think, is pretty much going out. There's a lot of states now that are talking about doing away with property taxes. Everybody's starting to get clever. They're getting smart, right? They're like, oh, you guys are like abusing that system. So some states like Nevada, where I'm at, although they're not talking about doing away with it yet, I guess the population has to get a little bit more involved and start to push in that direction, because that's how things change. Only by we, the people, pushing it, guys. You don't elect somebody and then they say they're going to do stuff and they don't do it. It's because we don't get involved, right? They can say they're going to do something, like Trump said he wants to look at doing away with the IRS. Did he do it? Maybe. Maybe he did. But ask the people. I've seen people in the chat said that the IRS came after them, and they're like, oh, no, I haven't been paying my taxes because I thought the IRS was gone. And so the IRS came after them. So there are ways to, we talked about that. I had courses on that. I think a lot of people got involved in that, but you have to be clever. You have to understand the system. You can't just wing it, you have to understand how the system is arrayed, aligned. And once you understand that, then you can start to move out of those directions, because all they're doing is just threaten you for the most part. And then they'll come and seize your accounts and all that. Yes, I've been through that. But then we got clever and we started pushing back, and we're like, got help, and we learned how to like work around the system, and we're not in that system anymore. Right. So you can get out of the system. I think that's what we're seeing. We're seeing more and more that the system, as it breaks down and it's showing us how corrupt and how broken it is, we're moving, smart people are moving away from it. Now, the people that are NPCs, non-player candidates, that are very much existent out there, guys. NPC is a real thing, right? So they're out there pretty much soulless. They just come in to, I don't know if they're clones or what the heck's going on with them, but they just come in and they're just existent, and they push the rules of the deep state manipulators. And I think that's one of the reasons why they're here, because they wanted them here so that they could have a lot of people to protect them and push back on us that are trying to wake up. Right? I'm not trying to. I'm there. I'm trying to help other people to wake up. Right? So that is the situation we're in. So many things are going to continue to push against us. So we see that they have stopped funding everything. It's probably going to be one of the longest, if not the longest, government shutdown in history. I think it's probably going to push all the way to Thanksgiving. And I think if it makes all the way to Thanksgiving, it will be the longest ever. All right. So what does that do for those people? That make sure our airlines, fly right. That's why I'm happy to be driving right now, because there's a lot of shutdowns, 4,000 shutdowns across the country today alone. There was a massive plane crash, UPS or something, that crashed in Kentucky. I got some of the links for that. I'll kind of go over that, but just off the top of my head, all this stuff. You have the people that don't have their SNAP coming through. I guess their cards were loaded, so they're living on whatever's left on their SNAP cards, or I don't know if they're being replenished. But supposedly on November 1st, that program ended because there was no more funding for it. Now, some states, like especially New York, which they depend on paying people like we're having Mamdani. So Kathy Hochul came in and said that she was going to fund the SNAP payments. There are other states, California, of course, because they have they have welfare states. It's welfare states, and they have 1 in 8 people. Probably in some of these states and some of these cities, there's a lot more than 1 to 8 ratio. Probably closer to 1 to 5 or 1 to 4, something like that. So people completely depend on that. Now, in my intuitive mind today, it came to me that this was on purpose to start to take those people out that are abusing that system. Because the only way you can get the abusers out of it is to completely shut it down. And that way you can find them, right? Now, of course, there are some people that legitimately, probably, I don't know, 10, 20% of those people that get that, I don't know, maybe legitimately, need to be getting that. Otherwise, there's most people can, survive on their own from their own means or go out and work, right? I saw this one guy that he lost his job and he knew how to play the piano. So he plays the piano in nursing homes. He makes like 50% less than what he was making before, but he's making ends meet. He's paying the bills, getting by. So it's, people do that. When, I was, decided to leave the CIA, right? And they started to destroy my life. It was pretty tough. I was working multiple jobs. I think there was one time I worked like, I think 3 months straight every day for 3 months straight and mostly 10 to 12-hour days. So, you can, make ends meet. You can get by. You can, push into new realities, because that was for me, pushing into a new reality, because my life had been destroyed, had no credit, completely destroyed my credit, had nothing, no savings, no nothing. Right. And at one time I was living out of my backpack, walking Pacific Crest Trail, and I barely had enough to do that. So I fought my way back, and now I'm semi-successful, right? Whatever that means. All right. But I learned how to pay cash with it for everything. All right. And I don't owe anything because I couldn't buy anything on credit. Right. So it taught me, and I'd always wanted to do that. And I guess be careful what you wish for. But in this case, it actually worked out pretty good. So I learned a lot from that. It was a difficult time frame, for me and my family, but we worked it out. So and since then we've had some incredible times together. And now I'm involved in helping other people, wake up to this incredibly corrupt system. I learned the hard way, and I don't want other people to learn the hard way, right? But many of you have, and that's why you're probably listening, because you're like, we're all one big happy group together. We've been abused, and we are like, okay, this is how we help people, and this is how we won't, buddy up to this system anymore. So the system's collapsing. So imagine that system is not paying them. So how many of those people that are getting those SNAP payments are Democrats, right? And we know that the Democrat system has to completely go away, or it can just go over there and do its own thing in those cities, and we can wall those cities up, and people have to have a special pass to come out. All right. And that's the only way they're going to come out. Escape from New York? No, there will be no escape. Right. We will completely wall it off, burn the bridges down. We won't wall them up. We'll burn them down. We'll flood the tunnels, and no one gets out. No flights going in, no flights coming out. Right. So that'll never happen, of course, but that's the way it should be. All right. Because these people are, and I have compassion for them, but I have no sympathy for them. I have compassion for their stupidity and their inability to think correctly, their inability to do critical thinking, their inability to have compassion for others, empathy for others. They're like reptilians, no empathy, right? So it is getting past the time that these people can be helped. All right, we've talked about that, and you know they're building their nest. Their nest, there's nothing in their nest. There's no one going to feed them in their nest. There's no one going to bring them food in their nest. And the little birds are going to try and fly, and they're going to like crash, right? And then they're going to walk around. Where's my mother, right? So it's sad. It's sad, but that's the way it's going to be. All right. So we have a lot of stuff going on. The Earth itself is rising in consciousness, right? As it grows, it literally has been growing. That's why the continents have been separating. The Earth actually grows, just like our consciousness is growing. All right, so the Earth, as it grows in relation to the sun and the energy from the sun, that's kicking off all kinds of energy at the Earth right now. There's going to be changes, and these changes will be earthquake related, tsunami, volcanic, and so forth.
And they're launching a very fast coronal mass ejection with a 1.1 X class flare. And let's see if we can time this. It's going to be, we almost got it. Let's switch over to our SUVI imagery to capture that. This is our past 3 hours, gets it a bit more cleanly. And here, this is our chronograph imagery. We can switch to our SUVI imagery. We'll go back to what I'm showing you right now. Here we have our SUVI imagery, and this shows us our latest 1.1 X class flare right there from the limb. Now, keep in mind that this is still slightly behind the limb of the sun. So the eastern limb, it's solar.
All right, these solar flares have been like really kicking on the other side, and they're starting to rotate towards us, and it's on the ecliptic plane where these massive solar flares have been kicking off for the last several days, and now it's starting to rotate towards us. Every time this happens over the last this year so far, of course we still have a couple months left. This year so far is the 6th most active earthquake, tsunami, and volcanic time in Earth's history since we've been taking records, right? So I think we got a lot more coming, and a lot of people are saying the same thing as I am, that we're getting close to something very, very significant happening that's going to cause the world to go, oh, no. And there's going to be compassion for a very large group of people, I would say probably in the millions, right? Where that happens remains to be seen. Now, when it does happen, if it does happen in the next couple months, the next days, weeks, whatever, does that mean that's going to be it? No, it's going to continually increase into next year as well, right? And this is what I've been seeing. This is what I'm predicting. It's consciousness. The consciousness, our consciousness is growing. The Earth's consciousness is growing, like I'm saying, and the NPCs and the people that can't think for themselves and think they're smarter than those of us that have been around for a while, they're going to find out, right? They're going to find out the hard way, unfortunately. So, and probably they'll get pushed into their own little zones where they can experience their wanted trauma and drama and fear and anger, right? So that's what's coming for them.
System. So this is the east side of the sun. This is the west side of the sun. This is slightly behind that, meaning that a lot of that light energy actually got blocked by the sun itself that's still in front of that region. So this is likely a stronger flare than this one because this looks really high velocity. I mean, it's just really, really, really rapid. It's happening right now. We are in this right now. So the point of today's video, what we're going to discuss today is the risk that technology has as it relates to the sun, because
okay, the risk that technology has in relation to the sun, basically, a lot of us have been seeing it. We've been seeing some problems with the internet, with our, our electronic equipment and so forth. This is because the sun is really kicking, guys, and it's going to continue to increase. And we may be getting hit in the next few days with some significant activity, because, like I said, every like 29 days, and we're coming up on that period. Now, what else is happening in the next couple days? Well, tomorrow we have the Beaver Moon. So the Beaver Moon is going to be the closest that it has been since 2019. The full Beaver Moon tomorrow, Wednesday, is the second of 3 consecutive supermoons and will appear larger and brighter than most, of course, depending on your cloud cover. And let's see, Wednesday's full moon will be the brightest and biggest supermoon since 2019, coming within just 222,000 miles from Earth. All right, so it's going to look massive. And we also have Mercury aligning with the sun and the moon and Earth. And further out, we have Uranus that's aligning as well tomorrow. Your anus, not my anus, all right? Get that straight, right? All right, so we're going to also see probably, like I said, some massive earthquake activity. This is the one I've been saying for a while that I felt very strongly was going to happen. The other one that I feel is going to happen, although it's not strong right now, I do feel is coming, is the tsunami off the west coast of Oregon. All right, let's listen to this one.
Data doesn't lie, and what it shows is terrifying. Beneath Naples, Italy, the ground has been quietly rising for 20 years. But in the past week, something changed. Small earthquakes began clustering beneath Campi Flegrei, each one a whisper from a sleeping giant. Scientists just discovered why, and what they found could rewrite everything we know about volcanic risk in one of Europe's most populated regions. November 2nd, 2025, 3:51 p.m. local time. A magnitude 2.1 earthquake strikes 2.8 kilometers beneath the ancient town of Pozzuoli, Italy. To most residents, it feels like a heavy truck passing by. But to the scientists monitoring every tremor through Italy's National Institute of Geophysics and Volcanology, this earthquake carries a different message. 35 minutes later, another one. Same depth, same location. Magnitude 2.0, then again at 4:26 p.m. By the end of the weekend, 5 earthquakes had struck the exact same spot, a precision that doesn't happen by accident in nature. Each tremor was recorded by a network of seismometers so sensitive they can detect vibrations. Smallest tremor to the largest magnitude 4.0 events followed this hidden pattern. Dr. D'Agostino puts it simply, we're watching the caldera prepare itself. The question is, for what? The data shows something else that makes scientists pause. Since 2005, the ground has risen 144 centimeters, nearly 5 feet of slope.
So it's filling up, guys. It's filling up. And it's going to blow. It's going to blow. All right. And when it blows, there's like around 5 million, over 5 million people just in that area alone. It's going to be traumatic. And it's a possibility that that volcano, if it blows and it blows big, it could cause a darkness all around the world from the volcanic ash that it emits. So just be heads up. We're moving into these very radical zones of earth change. They've happened before in the past, and we're moving into a very significant cycle where we've had crustal movement. We've had the poles shifting, wandering poles. They've gathered speed over the last several years, and they're really moving very quickly. Will it be a pole reversal? I don't think so, but it's going to probably move quite significantly. And that's what a lot of people have been saying that are very expert at this. So catastrophism was something that the Earth has always gone through, and everybody accepted until, I guess the last century, where they started to manipulate that information. And for, I guess they wanted to control us because they knew there was going to be another cataclysmic event coming up, which we're moving into. And maybe that's part of the consciousness shift what we're talking about. So all the people that want Mamdani for, mayor, and Virginia to go blue, and New Jersey to go blue, and California to go completely blue, and make the Congress completely blue, they're going to get it. They're going to probably get it, and let them have it. Let them have it. Let it break. Let it be destroyed. We picked up the pieces before in the past. I can live quite comfortably without all of this. And I think that's one of the things that we're learning, that, hey, how long's the government been shut down? And things have actually been working better, right? So do we really need this government? Hell no, right? It needs to go bye-bye. And so some people are want that. They're going to continue to live that. So anyway, UPS cargo plane crashes on takeoff from Louisville, Kentucky airport, igniting a huge fire. The Federal Aviation Administration said the plane crashed at about 5:15 p.m. It was taking off for Honolulu. So it took off from Louisville, Muhammad Ali International Airport. So is it related to, the people that aren't being paid? Is that why? And if it is, are they going to tell us that? So more than 5,000 flights traveling from and to U.S. airports were delayed on Sunday alone. So it wasn't today, but it was Sunday alone. I don't know what it is today, but the weekend saw the most difficult travel conditions yet at dozens of American airports amid the shutdown, with lines of frustrated travelers appeared endless. More than 5,000 flights traveling from the blah, blah, blah. All right. It said it screened nearly, the TSA, Transportation Security Administration, said it screened nearly 2.7 million people around the country. As the shutdown drags on, more delays and cancellations can be expected, according to the Transportation Secretary. All right, for me, driving 7 hours, when I look at, driving to an airport, leaving my car there, the cost of leaving my car there, and then get on a plane that doesn't leave when it's supposed to, going through all the radiation that I got to go through, and then flying on these planes, they get delayed and they get diverted and all kind of crazy shit. And then I, land another place. I got to get in a rental car and pay for that, and it's worth it sometimes just to drive, guys. And even though it's a long drive, there are places where I can go. There's 80-mile-an-hour highway where I'm at, and so I can kick it, and I get to where I need to go pretty quick. So I would really think about traveling over the next weeks or so. So they talk about disappointing. Duffy said he wants them to return to work because a lot of people, just air traffic controllers, aren't showing up at work. They're essential personnel, but they're not getting paid, so they're not even coming to work. So he says, so I guess they're not going to get back pay, right? So it doesn't make sense to me. If you need the money and you stay home because you're not getting the money, you're not going to get the money when the money does come in. So it's like a double stupid, right? So anyway, Duffy said he wants them to return to work, adding that those who do not will receive a disappointing paycheck at the end of the week. Duh. None of them can miss 2 paychecks, Duffy said on CNBC's Squawk Box on Monday. They all start. Their home finances fall apart. So you're going to start to see, we're already starting to see, a massive problem with people paying, I guess car loans are the worst ever. People not paying their car loans, the highest default rate on credit cards. Mortgages are starting to be defaulted. That hasn't even started to hit the news yet, because under the Biden administration, they had a law where banks and mortgage companies and so forth could not repossess. And now that came off last month. So those numbers, because the government shut down, we're not seeing what those numbers are. But I promise you, they're pretty significant, right? So we went through years of people not having not paying for their mortgages. So the banks finally got the okay, you can go get that house, and now they're getting those houses, and it's not even close to what those houses were worth a couple of years ago. And then, of course, a lot of people, when they know they're going to be foreclosed on, they destroy the house that they were living in. I've seen that a lot. When I was looking at homes, I was like, okay, this is as is. This was someone that was losing their house, and so they flooded it and broke stuff up and left. It's like pretty sad. So anyway, it is what it is, and we're going to have a problem with 2,000 to 3,000 controllers. Air traffic controllers are not showing up for work. So be careful out there if you're traveling. I'm trying to put more air traffic controllers into the system, he said. On Monday evening, more than 2,885 flights traveling within to and out of U.S. airports were delayed. So, of course, not as many people traveling. So that's still very significant during a Monday. So, of course, the weekend, most people travel during the weekend. So you got 5,000 flights are shut down, are delayed. That's a lot. But on a weekday, you have almost 3,000. That's a massive number again, right? So this is not going to slow down. So something has to shift. Something has to change. Now, remember when Ronald Reagan was president, the air traffic controllers they're all a union, and they were like, we want more money. And he's like, you're making too much as it is. And they're like, we're not going to come to work. And he said, okay, screw you guys. And then he started hiring people. He's like firing them all, and then started hiring, independent people. So that's what we have now. And these people are deciding not to come to work because they're not getting paid. When the paycheck's going to come eventually. So when it does come, you're definitely not going to get paid. So if you're not going to pay your credit cards, you're not going to pay your mortgage, you're not going to pay your car loan. So we're going to see lots of stuff start to default because of this stuff, right? It just starts to add up, and it's going to continue. Some of these people, I guess maybe in some of these air traffic control rooms are like, we can do it without those people. So we're doing it without those people. Yeah, if we bring some of them back, we won't have any more delays, but we don't need them all. Maybe that's what's going on. Yeah. So we're finding out, these Democrats have all these people that, they brought in, and they pay them all these ridiculous amounts of money. And we're finding out that, we don't even need them. We don't even need Congress. We don't need the Senate because they haven't passed any bills, really. They haven't appointed people that President Trump needed appointed. So I say just bring the military in, and let's start doing the military tribunals, right? The military can do the work, right? Bring them all back from all those bases where they don't do anything out there anyway, right? And they're just manipulating, controlling other countries, and other countries be like, oh, please, yes. Japan, they would love all those bases shut down. They're always demonstrating against the bases. And why are we still there in Japan? Why are we still in South Korea? All right. So a lot of these bases definitely need to close, and those military personnel come back, and they have very good work ethic and leadership skills and so forth. They can take over a lot of these positions, right? And all of those Democrats that don't want to work, they want everything given to them. They can figure that out, right? And then the places where we need that are outside these cities that we're going to wall up and keep those people in there. So everything's going to thrive. And they'll be like, well, Ma'am Donnie. All right. Red Eagle politics. This guy, his prediction, I followed him for a long time. He's spot on. So he does really good research, and he said that Trump was not going to be elected in 2020, and he said Trump was going to be elected in 2024. So, and a lot of other races that he called that I followed him on, he was accurate. It's kind of like me saying, okay, all I need to do is like start to look at all of the little crazy stuff they do in these football games, and I'll tell you who's going to win the Super Bowl. I did that in the past, and I showed you guys, and I said, this is who's going to be the MVP, and this is who's going to win the game. And I went through a bunch of money on it, and I said, I put my money where my mouth is, and I won big. And everybody's like, you were right. They do rig the games. And I was like, okay, that's the last time. I'm not doing this anymore, right? And of course, there's still people believe the games are not rigged, believe the games are, it's like it's legit. Go ahead, watch the games, all right? It's okay. I can't help you not be stupid, right? So Red Eagle Politics. Let's see if he's live. No, he's not like that. So he's going to do New Jersey, VA, New York City, and more, probably Prop 50, right? 50. I got it now, guys. Thanks. Don't get angry. Some of those comments are like, it's Prop 50, not 10. It's like, that's what it sounds like when I look at it, but maybe it wasn't. I don't know. So, sorry, okay. But whatever that prop is in California, where those demon rats are going to pass a law that's basically going to kick out the rest of the Republicans. There's going to be no Republicans left in office. So move out of California like I did, guys. It's not that hard. In fact, I love it. I love California, but I've loved not being in California even more. So it's not that hard. So get out. All right. So quit giving your money to California. All right. So now I'm going to Lewis Herms. Lewis Herms has an event. So I do this event, and then I'm going to be like that one song. I've been driving on that man, wet on the wheel. So, what was that group? Eagles, Golden Eagles, something like that. So that's the way I'm going to be. Lewis, yes, Lewis. Move out of California and New York. There's lots of great places. There's Tennessee. So Tennessee, Radar Love. That's right. Radar Love. Golden Earring. There you go. All right. There you go. Who was that? Lojo. Lojo, you win. Good job. All right. Your music history stuff is awesome. Right. So the election, guys, I don't think it's going to go Republicans. A lot of us have said there's no way Democrats are going to win unless they rig it. And maybe they're not going to rig it. Maybe there are just people that believe that the Democrats are good, obviously, because they're going to vote. I said it for a long time. Some of you says there's no way, and I've seen a lot of people come on and talk about it. People in the podcast community and so forth. They're like, "Man, Donnie, he's like he's got all this." And he does. He has a lot of there's a lot of stuff against him. He may get in office and they'll like arrest him or something. It's bad. But I mean, look at Hillary Clinton. Did she get arrested? No. So she was from New York, right? No, she was from Arkansas. I used to talk to him. He used to be CIA and a Marine officer. So we connected because I was CIA and Navy SEAL. So we'd had some great conversations. Even in this YouTube channel, which basically got shut down for like 4 years, right? I was like, can I have the channel back? And they're like, yeah. I was like, really? So a lot of people, Charlie Kirk's back, Nicholas Vinny-Ammon's back, and I was like, Nicholas had like 150 subscribers on his channel. On mine, I had like 69 because I'd get up to like 100, 150, 250, and they get. And it got to the point where I'd say something, and they wouldn't give me a warning anymore. They just take my whole channel down. They're like, "And you can't come back now." Right? So, okay, I'll go over the Rumble with all the other people that don't have channels anymore. And so I still have the Rumble as a backup. I even started my own channel for a while, and then once I got YouTube, I'm like, well, I guess I don't need this channel anymore. So I moved over to YouTube. Who knows? Maybe I'll have to start the channel again. You never know. All of those, demon rats will come in and just start taking over again, and they'll shut down the free speech. It's borderline free speech as it is. It's been that way for a long time, but we'll see. Radar love. And the guy that used to sing that, I remember he'd go up where the drummer was. He'd be on this like elevated stage, and he would jump, like fly through the air and land on. It's like, dang, dude, that's crazy. Like the performances back then were amazing, right? I love the groups back then. I remember Ted Nugent. I think it was like, saw him in San Diego. I think it was like 19 or 20, something crazy. And he was at Jack Murphy Stadium, or not Jack Murphy. It was a dome stadium. Anyway, he's inside. He's like he's got like wire. He's wired, and he's playing he's like crazy rocker, and he's like going out over the audience, and on wires, like unbelievable back then. They really they went all out to perform. And who knows, maybe Ted Nugent will be the governor of what is it, Michigan or something. Is he running for Michigan, Minnesota, whatever, one of those states? So what was the one, what was that song he was playing when he was out there? Cat Scratch Fever. Yeah, Cat Scratch Fever. Kitty Scratch Fever. Kitty Scratch. Where are you going with that? So Michigan. Thank you, Gazelle. So Stranglehold. Yeah, Stranglehold. That's a good one. Oh yeah, good memories. You got me in a stranglehold, baby. So yeah, there's good performance, and he's still rocking it. He can still rock it. I saw him on Nino. He used to go on Nino's show, and he'd play on Nino's show. It was like, dang, that's some badass stuff. Yeah, sing it. I mean, all of us can sing. I can't sing like those guys, but I've been around them enough to maybe I could wing it. All right, but other things we got going on is that Proposition 50. The California voters to weigh in on redistricting measure. So again, you have a lot of Republicans there. I've heard people say there's more Republicans than Democrats. I don't know about that, but how do the Democrats keep winning? Cheating? Yeah, probably. But anyway, so California and Texas are just two states that have been at the center of the contentious battle for control of the House in 2026. As more states across the country, there's more states are trying to redistrict and come up with more Republicans. So California wants to take the lead and really hammer it. They've been doing it for like decades. So anyway, so you look at Democrats, they've been redrawing their congressional districts, for decades to bolster their party's power in Washington. Republicans never did it. Now Republicans are doing it, and Democrats are outraged. Like, how dare you cheat like we've been cheating for decades? And so it's crazy. Former California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, he's against the measure. Well, that should be good then, Arnold. let's get a workout together in Russell Beach, and maybe we can motivate everybody to not vote for Prop 50. Me and you, shirtless. Let's do it. All right. So tens of millions of dollars have been poured into the contest from both sides of the aisle, as Newsom aims to frame the battle as a fight to save democracy from Trump. I guess his wife was out. I didn't listen to it because I don't want to listen to stupid. But I saw her posturing, and I saw the headlines. She was like, Trump hating, and I was like, and you were like, backing up your husband, Gavin Newsom, being gone for 2 weeks, disappeared for 2 weeks. Where was he? Was he being cloned? So, yes, cloning's real. Just look at Gavin Newsom. There's a good example for you, right? There's many of them. A lot of these artists, the artists, they're like, I don't want to sing that devil music anymore. Bring in the clone, right? There you go, right? So I think probably half of Hollywood and half of music industry is cloned. Jeez, maybe even more. It's crazy. All right, so here's the type of person that is voting in New York. Let's see. What does she have to say? Mosques and minarets from, they were 1,000 years old in Herat, amazing city. And they, the men of Herat, I would talk to them. They're good men, and the women were great. As long as you could see the women, as long as they were in their walled homes. So all the homes are walled. So Afghanistan, right? Just like very leftist, very communist-like. And so the Democrats don't like walls unless it's for their own homes. Like Nancy Pelosi's home. Remember how that guy, came in and got over the wall and broke through the door from the inside out or something. I don't forget how it worked, but it's like her gay husband was having affairs and they went bad or something. So anyway, these people like walls for themselves, but not for you and me, right? So anyway, in Afghanistan, we would, go in security details while very high level meetings were going on. We go into these beautiful homes, courtyards, absolutely beautiful. And the homes themselves were beautiful. And the women were not burqa'd up, and they were nice. They brought us food and everything. Everybody was like loving and happy. But those women went outside, that burqa was on. That burqa was on, and there was a man with her. A woman walking alone is a whore, right? So, and a woman walking without a burqa is a whore, right? So, New York, right? London's almost like that. So it's, we haven't learned, we don't pay attention to what's going on in the world, I guess, right? You New Yorkers, you just want change, and you don't want somebody that's been convicted, illegally convicted, and was wrong, all right? But that's okay. It's lawfare. You don't believe in lawfare. You really believe he was like convicted. Okay, I got you. All right, so good. Ma'am Donnie's going to be really good for you, right? And we're going to wall the city up, and we're going to flood the tunnels and have fun with that, right? Have fun with those burqas. See ya. Bye. All righty. So it's a giant scam. Giant scam. That's what Newsom's doing. That's what President Trump said, right? Here we go. Giant scam. Trump warns Gavin Newsom's redistricting under very serious legal and criminal review. All right. All right. So I don't know. It doesn't really seem to me like the judicial system is actually working for the good side. How about you guys? All right. Anybody? Yep, crickets. So Gavin Newsom, an ardent opponent of President Trump, and remember in his President Trump's last term where California was burning like crazy, and he came in and says, you guys need to clean the forest. You just, because I walk through those forests. I'm like, there's no one like, clearing the deadfall. This place is just going to burn, and it would burn behind me. It would burn in front of me, and I would be praying, please rain come, and rain would come, and I was protected, and it was good. But it was hit or miss, guys. It was a mess out there in the Pacific Crest Trail. I was there like almost 8, I guess about 8, maybe a little bit longer, maybe 9 years ago. It was a mess back then. I can imagine what it's like now. So yeah, California is the land of not so smart, right? California's redistricting by law is supposed to be done by a nonpartisan committee, but Newsom's plan would have voters authorize a bypass, so Democrats could gerrymander even further, a process that already has been used for years. But President Trump is pointing out a potential problem, and he's promising more information to come. The unconstitutional redistricting vote in California is a giant scam, in that the entire process, and particularly the voting itself, is rigged. All mail-in ballots, where the Republicans in that state are shut out, is under very serious legal and criminal review. Stay tuned. All right. Words. Words. All right. So that's even though Republicans vote. So let's see, where does it say that? Democrats in California, report said, already have used ballot harvesting, drop boxes, mail-in ballots without chain of custody, and questionable ballot curing to take 43 congressional seats, previously leaving the GOP only 9, even though Republican vote totals in the state routinely garner 40% of the vote, right? So that makes sense to me, that if you have a voting class that has 40% of the vote, they only have like 20% of representation, if that, right? That makes sense to me. No. The Gettys run a chunk of California. In a positive way, or not so much, right? If they're running a chunk of it, it sounds like it's probably not a positive way. So J. Paul Getty, rich billionaire, right? 1 million New Yorkers say they will flee New York City if Ma'am Donnie wins today's mayoral race. Really? Why don't you just go out and vote to not have him come in office? Right? So there's that many of you. Maybe it's that 1 million that is Republican or something. I don't know. Republican and independent. And then the other 1.5 million are all Democrats. So, oh well. Now, in a move to basically try and just crash the whole system, so that Democrats wouldn't know which way to go, it was a try. Trump said that people should vote for Cuomo. Democrats should, or everybody should vote for Cuomo, because he's the guy that knows stuff. He has a lot of baggage, though. I wouldn't vote for the guy. Now, I wouldn't vote for Ma'am Donnie either, and I wouldn't vote for Silva either. So I just leave. I just leave New York. But some of you have to learn the hard way, I guess. Expectations for the city under Ma'am Donnie skew negative. 47% foresee more crime and violence. Wow, more? Right? You guys are like, just how can it get any worse? Well, I guess if Ma'am Donnie comes in, you guys think it will be. 43% expect fewer businesses. So how are you going to pay for all the free stuff? 39% think the terrorism risk will worsen. And 45% predict anti-Semitism will increase. Housing affordability is his one strong point, with 39% believing it will improve. Ma'am Donnie proposes free childcare, rent freezes, public grocery stores. Wow. That's like communist Russia. Remember, some of you haven't been around as long as some of us have. That's why we need to be voted in. But I remember when there were long lines at Russian communist stores, right? And they'd only get a little bit of bread. Everyone only got so much because it's communism. So everybody has to share what's left, right? So it got smaller and smaller and smaller, and there were long lines. And then some people didn't get fed at all. So now eventually communism broke in the Soviet Union, obviously, and that was one of the reasons why. And I don't know, maybe that's what the freezing, the SNAP payments will do, because all those communists that are in those Democrat cities that rely on that, they'll starve and they'll riot and they'll destroy those cities. And then it was like, okay, I don't want to say that it's problem, reaction, solution type thing, but maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe it's flipped. Maybe it's flipped on them. Mamdani proposes all that stuff. So Trump is like, vote for Andrew Cuomo. Seniors that had no protection, have low, low capability of, their systems protecting themselves anymore. Put all those people back, and should be in jail for, really should be executed for that, in my opinion. But he's out there running for mayor, and Trump is like, he's the worst of the evil. He's like the less of the evils, right, or something. So he's like promoting Andrew Cuomo. That's like, talk about bottom of the barrel. It's like not bottom of the barrel. It's like going into the sewage treatment plant and getting the bottom of the sewage treatment plant. Cuomo, God. All right. So anyway, people are saying they're going to fly. So who are these people? So all of these people, so the red is they're definitely going to leave. So it looks like maybe, 15% are definitely going to leave. That's all. That's everybody. But you look at men, more men will consider leaving and will leave. So almost 20% of men. Women, not as much, right? 18 to 29, not as much. 30 to 39, not as much. 40 to 49, not as much. Now, when you start to get to the people that have worked their whole lives, like me, getting knocked down, getting back up, getting knocked down, getting back up, and they've got a little something now. And now Mamdani wants to come and take that little something. They're like, So a lot of those people are like, F you. Big middle finger for you, right? And 65 plus, pretty much the same thing. So the people that make the money, I think I saw somewhere there's a lot of millionaires in New York. I think there was like 350,000. I don't know how many there is. There's a lot, and they're going to get taxed. They're going to get the heck tax out of them. They're already taxed. They're supporting this system, mainly those millionaires, and those millionaires and Wall Street and all that, they're going to move to Texas, right? Wall Street, there's not going to be Wall Street and Wall Street. You know where Wall Street comes from? Is back during the Civil War, where the radicals were, they didn't, I guess they put up a wall down by the where's the port or whatever. So where Statue of Liberty is out there, and there's a little area where there's beach or whatever, is public property, whatever. But they put up a wall there, and Union soldiers came out, and the locals basically fought, because what do they want? They wanted to be able to ship down to the Confederates, because they made a lot of money shipping down to the Confederates. And the Union was like, no, you're not gonna ship down there anymore. Kind of like what we're going to do. We're just going to close off New York. We're not going to ship, you're not going to ship there to New York anymore. We're just going to wall it off. It's going to be a new Wall Street. It's going to be for different reasons. So anyway, that's where Wall Street came from. And all those people are probably going to leave and go to Texas and create a new exchange in Texas. I don't know. People have been talking about that. I don't know if that's real or not, but that's what's going to happen. People are just going to flee. They have the money. And New York is just going to crumble, and they won't know why. It's like, well, what happened? you said, right? Kind of like Trump. You said. Now, I would say Trump has probably done more than any other president. I think he's the best president ever. But still, there's a lot of stuff that he said and hasn't been done, right? And that could be timing. It could be there's just too much to push back on. And it was part of disinformation and all kind of crazy stuff. You should listen to my show with Ole Demigard. Oh, my God. He's not a fan, right? And he's like, if you lie to me, which Trump has lied quite a bit about a lot of stuff. And he's like, if you lie to me, then I don't support you. Right. And so we know that President Trump has lied to us quite a bit. But when we look back on it, it's like, yeah, it's probably had to do it that way, So I don't know. But things aren't really going so well. And if all these races go Democrat, it's not a good sign for 2026. And then if we have the same situation like we did with the rhinos that basically made sure that Trump didn't get the full office. And even when Trump, like right now, Trump, president, Congress, and Senate, like he did in his first term, how much is he getting done? It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It was a lot worse, I think, because we had massive numbers of rhinos, Republican in name only, and a lot of them were openly anti-Trump and so forth, and basically sabotaged. They didn't help him, didn't help the GOP. So the GOP lost a lot of seats, and then of course Nancy Pelosi gets in charge, and they impeach Trump twice, and so we could be moving into that situation again. It's not looking so good. So I've said this over and over again, and we've heard this over and over again from other people. Military is the only way, right? The military is the only way. I don't know what's going to kick it off, but if we get the military in, we start the military tribunals, we take over the cities, and we start cleaning out the cities with all the drug trafficking, with all the criminals and the gangs and the Venezuelan mobs and Mexican mobs and so forth, and replace them with just American mobs. I don't know. Then it'll be a lot better, right? So I heard Pelosi retired from government, and I've been verified. So she's not going for re-election. I don't think she's retired yet, but she's not doing re-election. And then there's some rhinos that are not doing re-election. Clean out the swamp. How long have we heard that? Heard it last term. Did it happen? Maybe a little bit. Yep. But there's who's going to be now. This is interesting. So Ole looks at things, and the first show that I ever did with Ole was January 5th, 2021. And he said, tomorrow you will have a false flag. He said and he showed me all the different things, that have been happening all the way to Nashville, where that one RV blew up. And he said this, and you see this sign, you see this thing that was on the news, and you see this and this and this. Tomorrow there's going to be a false flag. And I was like, oh dang, I kind of feel that. So from that budded a long term. I've done many shows with Ole over the years, and he has basically taught us how to look at stuff. Now and his thoughts are that Erica Kirk is going to be a vice president, right? With who's that going to be with, right? And so he's basically lining it all up. See this, see that, and see this, see that. And of course, you know, she's in mourning because she's wearing black leather. Black leather. Yes, she's in mourning. Right. And is that really her? I don't think that's her. There's a couple, 2 or 3 different Charlie Kirks, and there's a couple, 2 or 3 Erica Kirks. So will JD Vance and Erica Kirk, I get them all confused. Are they going to be the next president, vice president? Is it being lined up already? Right. According to Ole, it's already been lined up. And so, wow. So you can't trust the system. Can't trust the system, guys. No matter who's in it, I don't trust any of them. I know the system's rigged. I know the system's broken. Some people are going to get in there, maybe try and fix it. And maybe they're just facade. Look at the hand. Look at the hand. Look at the hand. Boom. You know, it's just a facade. A lot of this stuff, and you don't know what to trust anymore because there's so much disinformation and there's so much BS that's out there. We already know there's like 3 or 4 Trumps, right? So which Trump is the one that we trust, or do we trust any of them, right? So is it all a game? It's all a movie, yes. I've heard a lot of people have really good ideas and opinions, and I follow them for a while, and then they never work out, and they turn out to be wrong, right? So, I mean, we've seen that for a long time. It can only be military. Where's the military, right? We keep saying this, right? On November 4th, 2025, you stole them all, right? You guys lie. You said the Democrats were all done. Said the Democrats were all done. They were like finished. They wouldn't even be able to cheat anymore because everybody knew. All the Democrats were like going Republicans. Thousands of Democrats are going Republican, and that could be happening. It could be real. I think it's possible. But why do they keep winning? I thought we were going to put in an emergency, thing where the election is fraudulent. So we're coming in emergency declaration, and we're going to come in and fix it. Voting same day, blah, blah, blah. And voting same day is stupid. That's already been proven. Maricopa County, remember all those voting machines? We told everybody, go the day of, because they're going to take your mail-in ballots and they're going to like screw them up. And so everybody went on day of, and they broke all the machines. And then half the people didn't vote. And then those that did, they took all their ballots because they were like all screwed up. And they took them out of custody, and they took them to a warehouse that's run by a Democrat, someone that likes Democrats, right? A Democrat operative. And he took those ballots in out of those ballots that came from that Republican area, Maricopa County. Whew, just Democrats won. Katie Hobbs, yeah. Katie, good job, Katie. You're like Joe Biden. You never came out and did a press conference or anything. You just because you knew you were going to win, like Joe Biden knew he was going to win, right? So that's the way this game still is being played. It's complete bullshit, and nothing's being done, right? So I have faith that things are going to work out right, and they always do for me. Right? Even though it gets really shitty sometimes, I still have a lot of faith, and it does work out for me eventually. So I hope it doesn't get shitty again. I think I've paid my dues at this point. Right? Can I just have a happy life from now on? Can I have a happy life for all the people that are around me too? Is that too much to ask for as well? I'm hearing I can't help stupid people, right? Understandable. And I won't hold you to that. All right. Okay, guys, lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. critical thinking, very, very important. Don't get emotional. Stay in the low vibration. I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So tomorrow will be a very important day to see who wins all of these different races. Election results will be watched closely to see if the Democrats are slaughtered or if they're, maintain a little bit of power, or if they just, against all odds, beat everybody, right? So it'll be very interesting. We have New Jersey, Virginia, several other states, of course, New York. I've said, and many other people said, that if Mamdani wins New York, which I believe he will be, then people are going to be leaving New York in droves, and no one will go there. So we're going to see, the Democrats haven't learned. They're still in the Trump derangement syndrome for some reason, and they're going to destroy themselves. And I guess that's just what this consciousness ascension process that we're going through. Nicholas Veniamin and I had a very interesting show earlier, and we talked about that. It's almost like a splitting of these different paradigms. You have people that are low frequency that are going to vote for Mamdani, and that's going to destroy New York if that happens, which is looking like it will. Will the same thing happen in Virginia? Will it happen in New Jersey? Where the two governors? We'll see. So in California, they're going to be voting on, I think, Proposition 10, which will give them the ability to redistrict and take out more Republican seats. California is already ridiculously Democrat, and they're going to make it even more Democrat. Haven't enough people left, California yet. I guess it'll be the same situation. People are just going to leave California, disregard, won't visit, won't buy products from these different states. If you live in those states, I feel for you. You could do what Oregon's doing and, have counties that have voted to basically secede from Oregon and join Idaho. So that could happen, I guess, throughout California. I think maybe Northern California can join in to the different counties that are seceding and joining Idaho. So we may see that blue states basically get smaller and red states get bigger, and then a complete ostracization of these different cities. We've talked about this. Maybe even build walls around them. Escape from New York, escape from LA. So I don't understand. But that's the consciousness that we're living in right now. A lot of people have been compromised by education system, by the political system, news system, which are all basically have leaned very negative. So that's a state that we live in, and a state of consciousness that we live in. And if we continue down that road of lower consciousness for some of these cities and states and so forth, then they'll collapse. They'll collapse in on themselves. And maybe even, like some people have said, there's going to be a big solar flash, and then, the earth splits consciousness for low consciousness people. You want your food that's basically manufactured, right, with bugs, and you want you want surveillance on everything, everywhere, complete control, chips inside you. And so some people want that, and like New Yorkers and Californians and Portlanders, and so that's kind of the way things are moving. Chicagans, you Chicagans, your cities are like not looking so good, right? So that's what we're looking at. So let's look at the some of the conversations that people are having. Like I said, is it going to be? So a lot of us think that there's no way that people are going to keep voting for Democrats, but I think we're going to find out tomorrow if that's real or not.
Republican win in New Jersey. That's what we're all really going to be looking at right now. But having a shutdown, the economy wobbly, people not feeling better days are here to come doesn't bode well for the party in office, which is Republicans right now.
So how big of a disappointment would it be to Democrats if they're not successful tomorrow?
That's the key question, I think. It'd be devastating. If the Democrats, after all of the shenanigans and norm breaking of Donald Trump we're even debating whether his tariff policy is legal or not with the Supreme Court on Wednesday. If the Democrats can't hold on to Virginia and particularly New Jersey's governorships, then it tells you that it's not just red and blue like we used to think, that the Republican Party's making big gains in a place like New Jersey, which should be a stronghold for the Democrats at this point, but it's not clear whether it is or not. So those are the two to watch. Democrats win both of those, they get momentum out of it. Suddenly, they have two new governor stars on the TV shows out there talking. They'll have a new mayor of New York who will be controversial, but will appease, if you'd like, the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. And they could start looking to unify for 2026 to really put some numbers on Trump and the Republicans and the Democrats reclaim Congress. That's the plan. But all roads lead through Virginia and New Jersey, in my mind.
So President Trump will be in both of those states promoting the two governor candidates. We'll see how that works out. So
exactly a year after he returned to the White House, U.S. President Donald Trump and the Republicans will face their first major electoral test on November 4th. Voters across 4 states, New Jersey, Virginia, California, and New York City, will head to cast their ballots. While New Jersey and Virginia will vote for their next governor, New York City will vote to elect their next mayor, and voters in California will take a call on redrawing the state's electoral map. While Trump himself is not on the ballot, Democrats and Republicans are still talking about him and his MAGA policies, making these elections a mini referendum for Trump and perhaps.
All right, so it's going to be a referendum for Trump and team. If they don't do well, if the Democrats have some kind of landslide victories, which they have been able to do because they've been manipulating the polls, the polls look like they're going to win. If they do win at the ballot, which they've also been able to manipulate, then we're going to see some problems, right? And I don't know when that works out or how long that goes forward. But I saw this, shared it on the show that I did with Nicholas. There was this one woman that said that President Trump passed a bill, big, beautiful bill, that basically gave him funding for the next 4 years. And so he doesn't need Congress anymore. So Congress can stay shut and not go back to work for the next 4 years. He's got the money he needs. So it just keeps things going. But what will that look like at the ballots? If the stock market crashes, which it will, probably before the 2026 election, at some point, it's going to be there's definitely going to be a pullback tomorrow, potentially significant, and then into the rest of the week, and then maybe it'll recover. But we're going to see a lot of discontent. And if President Trump, is basically going to war in Venezuela, which is coming, he's not supporting NATO anymore, that's the way it is. If he's not doing the things of the old guard, they're going to continue to attack him and make him look bad. Bad Trump. So Democrats aren't going to be able to change that outlook if they win at the ballot and the economy turns down. significantly, which it's going to do. And so it's going to be tough for the vote. So I guess Congress and the Senate can go ahead and elect whoever they want, but they won't have any say. They can pass bills or whatever, but Trump's got the funding, and it doesn't matter. So I don't know. It seems kind of sketchy to me, but we'll see. We'll see going forward. All right. So there's going to be some issues, I think, with the. So here, let me look at this real quick. Who is winning the New Jersey governor race? So Chittarelli looks like he's going to win it. They say that Nikki Sherrill is she's got the ballot or the polling in her favor. But when you look at the numbers, it looks like if you look at the last governor's race with that super corrupt knucklehead Phil Murphy, who I don't think won, but he had a lot more percentage-wise, and Chittarelli almost beat him and lost by like 3% or something crazy. And Chittarelli was behind by 8 points. So now he's only behind by 3 points. So that might be the thing. Like I said, the Democrats manipulate the polls. They control the polls. They control the elections. So it's like, I don't know. So we'll see. It could be to the point where they can't cheat. But if you look at Maricopa County in Arizona, they figured out a way to cheat, every time. So, New Jersey is just about as red as it can be. Virginia has unfortunately moved in that direction. When I was in the SEAL teams, SEAL Team 6 and SEAL Team 4, way back in the day, it was red, as red as could be. Even though it was blue up around the big city, Washington D.C., the Virginia side. There was so much red, it didn't make a difference. Now it's basically looks like it might turn. So that's too bad. That's too bad for the people of Virginia. It's too bad for people of New Jersey. It's too bad for the people of California and New York City. But that's you're voting for it. You're voting these people in. So those of us that have been trying to save you for all this time, we're basically going to turn our back on you, right? And we're going to let you find out the hard way. So get out there and vote. Get out there and vote. Make it red, and then we can all play together and have a good time and turn the world around. And but if you stay blue, then you go bye-bye. Right? New York City, I've said it's going to go bye-bye anyway. So I don't think it's going to change. The people there are gone. Right? So and I know a lot of you are screaming, I'm here where you're a minority. So I've been saying, get the hell out of the big city. So Mamdani gets elected. We're going to see who stays, who's hard-headed, and who's going to go down with the ship. Right. So unfortunately, Sammy Hagar, red. Is he? I think he's in Michigan. Is he going to Michigan? I think we'll find out, because it's not this cycle. It's like 26. Or Sammy Hagar, not Sammy Hagar. It's who's the one rocker? Ted Nugent. So Ted Nugent, I think, is going to go for governor up in Michigan or something. Maybe kick Whitmer out. That'd be great. But you can get people with great ideas, and it doesn't matter. The Democrats have the vote. So anyway, and I'm not being a downer. It is what it is. Democrats, they vote straight line Democrat, and unless they don't they didn't like Kamala that much, so there wasn't enough of them that showed up. That's in some places, that's the only reason why Trump won some of these states. So they're going to probably show up in big numbers tomorrow, and that's going to make a difference. So we'll see. We'll see if enough Democrats have awakened. I know a lot of these states, people have moved. from Democrat to Republican. Will it be enough? We'll see. It's a big day tomorrow. Very, very monumental big day tomorrow. So President Trump said recently that he's trained there. He's got the badasses, SEAL Team 6 guys and Delta guys, and all of the special forces have been trained up, and got drones ready, and they're ready to go into Mexico, right? So I'm like, okay, I've been saying this for a little while. It's like, let's do this. And I know, isn't that something we say every day? Let's do this. And does anything get done? Sometimes it does. All right. But we're going to see, maybe not so much. All right. Now, right now, Bitcoin is not doing so good. Getting a slight bounce, but it was down pretty hard earlier. It's not looking good. I think it's probably going to go all the way down to below 100,000, 98 or so. Might even get a better deal on gold and silver because I think it's going to be everything goes down over the next maybe weeks or two, so maybe longer. So we're going to see something like that. I think the stock market is going to take a pretty good hit. Right now, the futures are down pretty hard. I've been watching it pretty hard. And usually I'm a little bit ahead of the game, but I think it reached a level where it was highly overbought. And now the sentiment has turned enough that it's probably going to pull back. So you guys that are stock market, love the stock market and haven't invested in anything else, even though I've been telling you, get into silver, this could be the opportunity. So the problem is your stocks are going to go down. Silver's going to go down. Maybe it'll just turn around and just take off again. Who knows? It's a possibility. Because I think last time it really got knocked down when the stock market took a really hard dip back in April. It went down too much, and then it went back. It recovered massively. So if you get another you got some cashish set aside, and you got another pullback in silver, I would go heavy in silver, right? Bitcoin, Bitco Bros, and Bitcoin sisters, whatever. They just call everybody bros, but of course there's women involved in this quite often. I don't think you're going to get that much of a return going forward. Unless you buy in at like 98 or whatever, 89, whatever it's going to go to, or maybe even lower. And then it goes back to where it was, 125 and maybe a little bit higher. Because I said it's probably going to go 125, which it did, 125, 126. And I said maybe it can go all the way to 130, maybe 135 at the most. So I think this is going to it's going to be a pullback, and then it's going to take off again. And that'll be all she wrote, right? It's going to go up, and then we're going to see 1929 crash. And I've been saying this for a while, but these things take time. Should have been back in 2022, but there was a lot of manipulation. Will they be able to manipulate it up again? I doubt it, because everything's collapsing. There's nothing going to support it. Housing's collapsing. Businesses are collapsing. People are losing their jobs on a massive level. They're keeping it all pretty low key, but it is. So everything. It's like everything disintegrates. So we've been saying, consciousness when it goes through these levels of raising again, all of the old stuff collapses. And that usually brings violence. Violence, in the earth becomes, violent because it's basically growing and changing its consciousness as well. And then that affects all the people with low consciousness. Because we saw a lot of that over the last several days, Halloween and so forth. We had lots of violence all over the United States and in England, and also in excuse me, some of these countries, Sudan and some other places, Nigeria, I think. So they're down in Rio de Janeiro. So there's violence everywhere, right? So the sun, shooting electrical energy at us, which there's a big coronal hole coming in to affect us again. Every 28 days it comes around. Every 28 days we have massive earthquakes kick off. So as it's coming in right now, we're having more earthquakes. We just had a big one in Afghanistan. I think there was another one that went off in Russia on the Kamchatka Peninsula. We're probably going to see something major. Now, again, I still believe there's going to be a massive earthquake off the Oregon coast and tsunami from that. So just be ready. If you feel it, you better be on high ground, right? So everybody on the low ground goes bye-bye, right? So it's a consciousness thing, consciousness shift. Are you ready to shift, or are you still low vibration, right? We'll see. I don't know. 11 cities by last night, Sunday, have had shootings and stabbings in the USA. That's correct, Robin. Thank you for sharing that. And I shared that earlier. So, yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's way too many. And so something crazy is going on. It's the energies of the earth. Okay, you look out behind me and you got like this beautiful landscape. It's beautiful energy. But there's a fault line that goes right down the middle of that lake, and it'll slosh that water, and all the houses around it will go bye-bye, right? So those of us are on the hillsides, who knows? Maybe we'll like fall into the lake too. I don't think so, but maybe. Who knows? All right, so you have to be ready to, navigate to somewhere else if you have to. I'm pretty flexible at this point, and that's amazing. Grace Johnson has 30 ferrets in her house. Thank you, Body Release Tomlinson. That's good to know. All right, so random stuff. All right, so we get the random stuff in the chat. I like it. It's fun. And that probably was some kind of conversation that made sense. But when you come in from a different angle, it's like, what are you talking about? All right, let me look at my X. I put some stuff over my X. Michael Jaco 9. So Trump, like I said, Trump admin says training has begun for drone strikes, ground troop deployments against cartels in Mexico. Now, will that be in conjunction with the strikes in Venezuela? It's possible, right? So catch them all off guard. Take down all the cartels. And then you're going to have to do the same thing in the cities, because cities where all the cartel members are, and our big cities that are aligned with the Democrats, Newsom and Hochul, and you name the far left Democrat that's in some kind of political power. They're aligned with the cartels guys. That's why those cities are so violent. All right, so Ole Demigard, he's going to be on tonight. He returns 7 p.m. So we're going to have a show together. Probably more truth bombs, more deep insights and revelations. He's got a new song. We're going to play it, and so another song, and so it's going to be fun. All right, so 7 o'clock. That's about 2 hours from now. I have 2 ferrets. Grace, good job. All right, guys. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and we'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Back once again with Nicholas Binyamin. He's on my show this time. This is great because Nicholas has had some sort of awakening, and we're going to talk about that. I saw him on a show with Louis Herms, and just Nicholas it's like for years he's been listening, occasionally talking a little, but now he is like, it's like something happened in you, Nicholas. Thanks for joining me.
Yeah, thank you for having me on, because this is something different for me to be on, to be on your show and take questions from you, and so it's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you attribute your newfound? I saw it for like the last shows we did, and of course we haven't done some shows for a while because we did a move and we're getting settled. So now it's time for us to do shows again. But uh, you were starting to bring more stuff out, and you were asking me, what do you think? I was like, I think it's great. And now it's just like you just blew up. You just like all these years have been like, just holding back. And now it's just like, boom. Your information. I was like, God, have you gone to the Dalai Lama and got a lot of information from him or something? But it's just like, I'm like, wow, I'm learning a lot from you now. It's pretty cool.
Oh, that's I'm flattered to hear that. Thank you. I've just, I've listened to a lot of people. 5 years now we've been doing this, and
Right.
and I think there's been a shift in me recently in the past 3 to 6 months, where I've been learning a lot about Draco beings who hijacked our Earth
Mm-hmm.
12,000 years ago, but they were trying much longer than that before, and it's taken them time to hijack the Atlantean civilization. And they eventually got brainwashed into greed and into ego, and it took years and years and years before the Atlanteans fell, and they were operating in 5D, and then they dropped down to 3D. And the most important, the most exciting part for us, is that we're moving from 3D to 5D.
Yeah.
And the ozone layer is thinning, which I call the electromagnetic field, which is why the deep state is pushing, climate agenda. Bill Gates wants to block the sun. The sun is plasma. The sun is frequency. The sun heals you. It's anti-aging. Of course, in the sunset and sunrise, not sitting in the middle of the day in the sun and burning yourself, but the sun has, really good plasma frequency, and now it's able to bypass the ozone layer. It's able to bypass the electromagnetic field, and we're able to benefit from those frequencies, causing consciousness to rise. And this is why in the past 5 years, people are just asking loads of questions. They're becoming more curious, who they are and what system are we living in, and why am I paying this much tax, and why, losing trust in the media, losing trust in big pharma. And they're looking for alternative. I call it alternative everything, not just alternative media. It's alternative everything: banking, media, big pharma. And I think it's amazing where we're going. It's a shift. And they know they can't stop what's coming. This is what Trump's talking about. They can't stop what's coming. I heard that Trump was briefed by the military in his language regarding this awakening. I don't know if they explained it to him very deeply in the esoteric spiritual stuff, because I would say Trump is not very spiritual. I would say he's still anchored in ego and ego identity, but that's okay. He's president. He's not supposed to be spiritual. He's supposed to be a matrix disruptor,
Right.
and that's what his role is, and he's doing a great job.
Yeah, very good. Wow, that's amazing. So there's a lot of information out there. I've been watching Trump obviously now for since he's been president, but I watched him many years before that. Read all of his books. I wanted to do his courses, but they were too expensive for me at the time. But yeah, he's a master, and I've seen him do the stuff that I used to do in the CIA, which is we would do disinformation, and he'll speak about something, and he gives out certain information, and then he'll say something else within the same conversation, and people get really confused about that, but they don't understand that he is directing people in a certain direction, and then he comes around and hits them from another direction. Confusion. Now, if you trust in him and believe in what he's trying to do, like you're talking about, he's destructing the deep state. That's his main focus. So there are some people I watch a lot of people that follow the Ukraine war, former veterans, colonels, and so forth, and they talk about how President Trump they're not happy with him because he'll come out and say a certain thing, and then he'll come out and say something completely different. And they think he's just lost his mind, but I know it as disinformation seeding, and they help him disinformation seed because they're like, well, he said this and then he said this, and so they're basically pulling people in that direction of disinformation unwittingly because they think he should be saying this thing. They want to hear this thing, and then he says that thing, and they're like, okay, and then he says something else because it's very fluid. Everything is very fluid right now, and he's a very fluid man. He's the art of the deal guy. He can come in and tell you one thing. He'll watch you, and if you say or do something different, he's going to move, and you're not even going to know it. So that's how he does such great deals, and that's probably, I think, why they chose him to be the leader of this new revolution in consciousness and taking down the deep state.
Absolutely, I think that's his soul contract.
Yeah.
I don't believe Trump is the Messiah. I don't believe he is the rescuer. He's not going to save us. I see Trump as a catalyst. I see Trump as a matrix disruptor. He's there to make people question the narrative. I believe that we are the ones that are going to save ourselves. I think when we wait for an external savior and we channel our energy outwards to an external savior or a rescuer or a messiah, we actually give our soul energy away, and it gets harvested by the system because that's what they want us to do. Instead of looking inwardly, we should be channeling inwardly to Christ consciousness, and we should the awakening part is to remember that we are source embodiment, and remembering we are source embodiment. And when we awaken, we actually our toroidal field it's been tested in science, and we can't see it because our eyes are limited in the light spectrum. But it can be tested, and the more you know, or the more truth you embody, and compassion and love you embody, your toroidal field expands, and it can even change color to more yellow golden. The Pentagon actually have scalar frequency mapping technologies that can detect your aura. They can detect mass consciousness, how awakened they are, and that's how they decide how to broadcast propaganda to regulate that awakening and that consciousness from rising. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, the Draco, like we both know, are here to stop our consciousness from rising. So he's there to intervene in that, so that our consciousness can continue the process of going higher. So I think it's going to be all out war with them. It has been in the past, like you said, Atlantis. They were able to come in and stop our consciousness, pull our consciousness down into 3D from 5D. And now we're reversing that process. So a lot of the people that were here during that time frame, people like you and I, President Trump probably, and a lot of others were there during that time frame. And we're here to help the evolution back to 5D and beyond. So I think it's going to be it's very exciting for those of us that are watching this. Now, one little clip I want to play that, and we'll comment on it, is where President Trump, told everybody what he was going to do, but it's on a different level. And this is fascinating.
And it really covers everything. The great, big, beautiful bill. We got everything done. I said, let's get it all done. A lot of people want to do it little small pieces, like 9 of them, 12 of them. He said, put it all into one bill, and if we get it done, we're done for 4 years. We don't need anything more from Congress in terms of that, right, Scott? We got it all done. It was a little risky, but because if we didn't get it done, I don't know, who knows what would happen with these radical left lunatics that we have to deal with. But we got it all done, and now we're set, and you're set.
He literally just said it out loud that he doesn't need Congress for 4 more years. They signed the big, beautiful bill. It's everything he wanted in one bill, and now he has no use for Congress at all.
So that's very interesting when you look at it in that perspective. What are your thoughts on that, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting. I don't know what to think of that. I don't know. I think the traditional government is collapsing. I think that the system that we're in was created by the deep state, by the Dracos themselves. You know,
Right.
It was created by design to enslave us into 3D, to put us in a frequency prison hologram. And then I think we're breaking out of those systems. Their systems are collapsing. So the Matrix has to play out storylines that make sense. That is going to make sense to us.
Yeah, absolutely. So Trump is basically, I think, in that big beautiful bill that he had them sign. He doesn't need Congress anymore. So we're seeing Congress is shut down. Basically there's no funding being passed, but he already has the funding. So things are probably getting funded. It seems like the military is getting paid. We don't know about these SNAP payments and so forth, but things are moving in the right direction. Believe it or not, we've both stopped taxes, and a lot of people did, and that's working out really good for them. So there are ways that you can do this. You have to do it in a very systematic way. Now, all over America and in Britain, there's a spike in violent crime. So it's kind of like what we're talking about, this fear, this anger. It's being pushed by, I think, the Draco, their deep state, puppets and so forth. So on Halloween night, we had a lot of incredible stuff that was going on. Video captured chaos in Washington, D.C. I'm going to play that in a second. But it goes on to cities all around the U.S. and in England where you had a stabbing. Los Angeles, there were like shootings in Los Angeles. There were shootings in Ohio, Halloween party, 9 people got shot. In Chicago, 4 people got shot, and not far from Wrigley Field. In Texas, 3 people got shot, Halloween party. Florida, 5 people got shot. A large explosion at Harvard Medical School on Saturday morning. So we have all these different things. And of course, unfortunately, we had the stabbing that happened in England on the train. So what do you think is going on with
your signal's a bit bad there, Michael.
So what do you think about the as far as people having fighting and anger and all that kind of stuff? Is that being pushed?
I think it is being pushed. I think it is being pushed, and from a spiritual perspective, because I think that is the realistic part of our nature is spirituality. That's our baseline. I think there's a lot of NPCs, soulless beings, or AI conscious beings. They are different, and we can go into that in a minute. And they are being hijacked by Draco overlays, and they are causing stabbings and violence to lower the frequency of Earth, to delay the awakening, because they can't stop what's coming.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely. So let me show you the video that I was talking about. I was talking about this one video that happened in Washington, D.C. Now, the National Guard has been there, and they've been touting how the National Guard has been, very, very effective at, stopping the violence that was going on there. But unfortunately, on Halloween night, we had some serious outbreak. and the juveniles. So it's from the juveniles, and a lot of these shootings and so forth is coming from the juveniles. Maybe we can figure out, what's going on with the juveniles as well. But it could be just they're, being influenced by these negative beings.
You got to put in the sweat and be ready for anything.
So you see in the background, there's lots of police cars. The National Guard is chasing these people all over the field. This is close to the Washington Navy Yard, which is a secure location, military base. But out in the field, I guess these juveniles started fighting in the streets and so forth. So the National Guard shows up. Lots of police cars. So happening all over the United States.
It's crazy. What do you think is going
pretty much
on?
every major city.
What do you think is going on? From is anybody funding this? Is it what do you think?
I think that there's some funding going on. There's some bad actors that are out there. I think this is the first wave of things that are going to get a lot worse. So you're having different groups that are fomenting this, pushing this particular type of activity, these actions. It's happening in front of ICE facilities and so forth, where you have large groups that are coming out there dressed as unicorns and bears and all kind of crazy stuff, and fighting, and they're getting arrested. And I think this is the first wave. I think we're going to see a second, maybe third, maybe even a fourth wave where the violence is going to get extreme. I think the cartels are involved in this. The cartels are very dark, with Luciferian type, backing. And so I think ultimately, though, like you're saying, the Draco reptilians that came in and basically, pretty much are running the show. They're trying to suppress us and cause a lot of problems, but they're not going to be successful. But ultimately, we're going to see this violence increase. What do you think about that?
I think we are going to see the violence increase, and I think there's. I want to go into the timeline shifts as well, because the Earth is split. The Earth is split into 75% synthetic and the one's organic, and two different groups are experiencing two different realities. They can still see what's happening, the good and the bad, but from a distance. One's, if you're accepting the system, then you're going to be seeing more surveillance, more chaos, and if you're claiming your sovereignty, then you're going to be seeing the chaos from a distance, and you'll be experiencing peace, and you'll be seeing the chaos as background noise. I think that the chaos is happening by design to bring out digital ID to say for your safety. I think the digital ID system is not just about tracking you, but it's also mapping your frequency, mapping your soul signature to install you or upload you onto the synthetic 5D hologram that the Dracos are creating to capture souls permanently for harvesting loosh indefinitely. And this is where and once the flash happens, I believe we're going to see a flash. It's going to cause a permanent split of two holograms, and then you won't be able to cross paths. You won't be able to decide after that. And it's not about judgment here. This is resonance. It's whatever you want. It's whatever you're resonating with. This is not judgment. That's what I think. Yeah.
Wow, that's fantastic. Yeah, so I think the resonance, we've heard about this back in 2012, December 21st, I think 2012. There was a lot of people thought that, we're going into very violent and the earth was going to end and so forth. But there was a lot of us that focused the frequency to do a timeline shift. Now, this timeline shift is not like you're talking about. I don't think it's going to work for everybody going forward. Those of us that are wanting a certain frequency, vibration, field, where we have freedoms and we can express ourselves, and there's all the different things that we want as far as like a good human race, I guess. Loving and all these high vibrational frequencies. I think there's some people that don't like that for whatever reason. They're programmed, influenced, however you want to, think about it or term it, are forced into those frequencies. They don't have the experience, with many lifetimes, I guess, to, understand, that they're being pushed into a very negative frequency vibrational field. Those fields like you're talking about, I think there's going to be a split. I agree with you. Solar flash, we see a lot of stuff happening with the sun right now. Potential of lots of violence from Earth activity. So not only violence in the population, which some of this frequencies that are coming from the sun could be influencing some of these people to go violent. We're seeing earthquake activity, volcanic activity, tsunami activity that's been increasing so far this year, and I think is going to continue to increase. That could be part of what's going to, project, and the solar flash, like you say, project us into these different hologram fields. And from that point on, the split is there. I've seen myself in the past. I saw myself in the future. Like 10 years ago, I saw myself like going across this frequency field and trying to pull people into the higher frequency. I think what we're doing right now, talking about this, is helping to pull people into this higher frequency. Now, I see in the chat some people still don't understand. They're probably not going to actually go into these higher frequencies, and that doesn't. And like you said, it's not saying that there's anything bad about them. It's just that they don't understand, and their frequency is aligned to these darker draconian frequencies. And so I think that I agree with you. I think we're moving in that direction.
Yeah, I hear that the people that are surrendering their sovereignty to the government and to the control grid, they will experience surveillance, but they will be happy because they will have the illusion of freedom, but they won't have true freedom. It will be a hologram, slightly different to this one. This one is connected to source. This hologram is still connected to source in the sense that we can see synchronicities. We can get downloads in dreams. In this one, it won't happen. You won't get downloads in dreams. It will be disconnected from source, completely controlled by the AI overmind that's been developing, which is completely disconnected from source. And they will be looping with the illusion of freedom. So they will be happy, and it will be like paradise to them. It will be 5D synthetic. It will be much better than this. And the reason why they won't suffer, they won't experience suffering the same way we experience suffering here, is because the Dracos have captured those souls. So they want them to be happy so that they don't question their reality and forever harvesting loose energy from them.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people in the chat that understand this and agree with us. And then, like I said, there are people that have
what are they saying? Because you can
different
see the comments.
opinions, but to the point where, I mean, you two should be ashamed of yourself. I just deleted them off the channel, but we'll continue to see that type of mentality going forward, and some of us aren't going to be affected by it. For me, I just delete. Bye. All right, so it doesn't affect me. It used to, but I think that's because my frequency was aligned to like everyone should be the same. Everyone should have equality and so forth. No, it's not that way. We're starting to understand that there's some, like you're saying, and you said it beautifully. Some of the best that I've heard, that it's not anything negative about you. It's that your frequency is aligned in a certain vibrational field. Yeah. Which those of us that I believe are, higher vibrations, notice it for what it is. It's like for me, being able to do like 50 push-ups, whatever, and or 100 push-ups, whatever it is. I, develop my body. I can do this. Someone else doesn't develop their body. They can only do 5 push-ups. It's nothing wrong with that. It's just they didn't develop themselves. All right. Can they develop themselves? Of course, anybody can develop themselves to do this stuff. But it's the same thing with consciousness. Can you develop yourself? Maybe not. you haven't done the work. It takes a lot of work. You have to, You have to work out. You have to work your brain. You have to work your consciousness. And if you haven't done that, your frequency, your ability to understand and to assimilate information that's of a higher vibrational field is not there.
Yeah, I think most people watching this, I believe that there is a spark in everyone here, and we want sovereignty. We're here that because we don't trust the system, and we're here because we want freedom. We want freedom. We want peace. But there's people out there that believe in the system. They think that the system cares about them, and one of the hardest things that I had to accept is the majority of the population is made out of empty vessels. They are not, they are part of they are the architecture of the Matrix. They are NPCs, non-player characters.
Perfect.
And they are most of the population to make divine souls like us, the black sheep of our families, so they can stop us from remembering who we were, so they could suppress us. They are their energy is very flat. They cannot channel to source. They don't have that gut feeling that we do, where we can feel something's wrong here. Okay, and they're the ones that make us feel that, like I said, like the black sheep. But it's they don't matter if they wake up, because they can't wake up. They never existed in the eternal sense anyway. And this is the most difficult thing, because some of these people could be our friends, our families that we love.
Yeah.
But when we wake up from this simulation and we let go of our egos and our identities, we will remember and understand why we were here. And we will not grieve, because we will understand the same way you wake up from a dream, that you were attached to something in your dream. You wake up and you just think, you understand that it was a dream. So what do you think, Michael?
Yeah, there's a lot of people that woke up during. I've said this a few times recently on some other shows where people have come up to me over the last several years and said, "You helped awaken me during the lockdown. Before the lockdown, I was just machine, just doing the job and kept going. And they program me, and I believe the programming like we're talking about. But when the lockdown came, I started to research. And you came into my consciousness, and I started watching your shows, and it awakened me, and I started to do more research, and now I'm completely awake. I look back now, and I've heard this from hundreds of people, and I've seen it in the chats hundreds of times. Probably thousands and thousands of people have awakened, to all of our conversations, and that's helped them. Charlie Ward, you are now back on YouTube. I'm back on YouTube. We're on YouTube Live right now. Charlie Ward's back on YouTube. I saw his one of his posts today. So we're all coming back. We were suppressed during that suppression time frame. They thought they were going to completely suppress us and do another, I guess, Atlantis on us. Just push us out. Take us down and keep us in 3D vibration. But we broke free from that, and that was because we were consistent. We stayed on it. We've learned. And now we're accelerating past all that control system. So there are people that have that spark, and they can awaken, but it takes an effort. These people, it wasn't like they watched me and then boom, they had all knowledge. It took time. They watched more shows and went back and watched older shows. They started doing research. So they did the work like we're talking about. They raised their frequency through information. They raise their frequency by being around other people that have that same frequency, and they start to pull away and leave behind those people that don't have that frequency. So there's going to be people that come in, like I was just illustrating. I have lots of people that watch the chat, but I just happened to see that one. I guess it was because I needed to talk about it. But that is one of the things that is at issue. And was that a real person? Maybe not. It could have been NPC, or it could have been AI that comes in and tries to influence people that are borderline and tries to pull them.
Absolutely. I think many people in a position of power are AI conscious beings. AI conscious beings they're not empty vessels like soulless beings. They have a synthetic soul, pineal gland connected to the electromagnetic field, which was hijacked by the Dracos, whereas the divine soul's pineal gland are connected to source field, where they can channel outside, which is foreign to the Draco system. It's foreign field to them. So that's why you're unpredictable to the system. They can't track that. And when you stay present, because a lot of us, we always think about before or after, in the past or the future, our thoughts, we're not present. And when you're present, that's when you can embody source awareness. And they can't track that. You become unhackable by the grid.
Yeah.
Because they rely on your emotions and your interaction of fear and ego and anxiety and depression. And that's when they're able to put hooks on you. Yeah. I'm going all over the place. I've got so much to say, but I
you're
just don't know
fantastic.
where to.
Wow. Like I said, you've definitely awakened, and you have a lot of truths coming out that I'm like, wow, pretty impressive. So this is from James Green. You must examine your belief system and challenge your fears. So this is a very hard thing. Fears are built into us. They don't belong there. They shouldn't be part of our reality at all. But a lot of people believe that fear is very important. I've challenged people on this for a long time. I've done hand-to-hand fighting courses where I taught people how to fear can't be part of your consciousness. If you feel it coming in, you have to notice it and let it just go. Don't let it stick. It's very sticky. Fear is very sticky. And once you notice fear, then it's hard to unnotice it. And it's hard to let it go. It's hard not to be attracted to it. And that's part of what we're learning, many of us, that the fear is part of the Draco system to destroy our consciousness and keep us within the reptilian type of brain set. So we all have within us that reptilian brain, fear, anger, ego, like you're talking about. We have to learn how to turn that off. Now, that's not saying that ego completely goes away. It's never going to completely go away, but you learn to master it so that it's part of you in a positive way. Some people can see fear. So I see things that most people would fear, and I say, that's probably going to catch a lot of people. And it does. But I watch it. I'm a watcher now. I don't get stuck. I don't get attracted to it. A lot of people we've talked about, I think, who was that one guy? I can't think, David, not David Icke, but David, can't think of his last name right now, but he talked about fear porn. So people just get so enamored of it. They want it. They want to go see those horror shows because it's fearful. They love it. Halloween, they want to go. That's why we had all these fights during Halloween night. It's, activating people, fear, anger, ego. We have to learn how to let that stuff go and get away from those environments which cause that to get triggered.
Absolutely. I think fear and ego, it cannot exist where source exists or God exists. Okay. And it dims your light. When you have fear, you operate in fear, an ego, it dims your light. It actually contradicts awakening. We want to expand our light, our toroidal field, expand our soul outwards so we could vibrate and we could have others be influenced by our frequency field so that they can awaken. Even in silence, when you're not having a debate with them, they will feel your presence and they will be triggered by your presence. A spark could be ignited within them of remembrance. Absolutely.
Yeah, that one gentleman I was trying to remember is David Wilcock. Great guy. I went to Hawaii with him. He did a tour there, and I went there and hung out with him. Really good guy. But there's a lot of people out there that are trying to awaken people. And then, of course, there's even more. The system is rigged. It's controlled. It's manipulated. And these are the systems that we're talking about that are collapsing. But are they? Are they completely collapsing? I don't see them completely collapsing. They still influence a lot of people, but they're collapsing to those of us that are raising our consciousness. So you don't have to like wait. You can observe them still there, but they don't have the same, pull or the same, trap for you. You can break free from that, and we're creating this new world. And I think that's what's happening. And I think it's a beautiful thing. And like we said in the beginning, President Trump is part of, helping us break free. Maybe it doesn't completely collapse. Maybe we see it just fade away, and it's like, whatever happened to so and so, or whatever happened to this and that, because we're starting to see people that are just kind of like disappearing from the scene. And I think that's part of the revelation to us, that there's another reality. Those people that are in that reality, and a lot of them are going, unfortunately, they're going to England. So they're leaving the United States and going to England. I guess they feel safe there because, here in the United States, we're almost going in the same direction. We may see New York become controlled by the Muslims, just like we've seen happen in London, unfortunately. It's a lower vibration. So I'm not dissing on it again, not dissing on any one group. I've been to the Middle East. There's beautiful people everywhere. I love everybody until they prove otherwise, right? And there's unfortunately a small group, just like we saw here in the United States, just like we see throughout Europe. There's small groups of probably Draco reptilian. When I look at them, I'm like, that's the reptilian. That person's reptilian, the king and the queen, So people were joking before we started the show. It's like, how did you get that picture of Charles, King Charles? So it's that way, but can we break free from that? Can the people rise up and push that out? That's the way many of us believe this has got to happen. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe we just do our own thing and let that system, let that city, those cities collapse.
Absolutely. Yeah. When you say new reality, we're basically going to experience, and we're experiencing it already, is another hologram, and there's a slight overlay, because there's two Earths, there's two holograms merged into kind of one reality that's almost split. And how do we know that scientifically? We can tell by atoms how they're behaving. Since the year 2000, atoms have started shifting. So the more we know and the more we expand our frequency, just knowing, being positive, holding compassion, becoming more curious, having more love in you and truth, the atoms around you are behaving differently. And atoms are made out of 99.9% space, which means everything is space. We're in a frequency band, and I think that space doesn't really exist because we're in a frequency field, and our higher self, our consciousness, is powering this hologram, which was hijacked by the Dracos, because divine souls can actually have the gift of creating timelines. They can't create timelines. That's why they need us, so they can exist in using us to create timelines, realms, and harvesting energy. But we're seeing a shift, and the sun and Three Eye Atlas is playing a big role in this shift and awakening. And also the technology under Gaza, the crystal tech under Gaza, which is the real reason why Netanyahu and his controllers are wanting Gaza to destroy the frequency tech that was built by Atlantis.
Excellent. And same thing with the Great Pyramid and other pyramids throughout the world. They have that frequencies, and they're starting to light up again. So wow, yeah, this is it's been an amazing conversation. I'm super impressed by what you're revealing, Nicholas.
Thank you so
very
much.
Stunning. Audience is loving it too. So this is a breaking free from the old and starting the new. I think this is where we're moving, and there's a lot of people that are starting to become aware of this. There should be no fear of this. Of course, there's still going to be fear in some people, But when you have that fear, start to let it go, because you want the love frequency. It doesn't exist with fear. So if you find yourself keep going to fear, you're probably going to be in that consciousness realm in the future. So just be aware of that. And how can people reach you, Nicholas?
Yeah, I'm on YouTube, Nicholas Ven.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So we're going to start doing the show at this time because Congress and the Senate does not abide by our demands for decades that we do not want the time to change. How strange. We the people don't make any difference. We keep telling them we want this not to keep changing, time change. It throws us out of whack. So anyway, so we'll do 4:00 for this show instead of 5. So that'll be the new time. So it'll be kind of like the same time. It's like F you guys if you're going to play games, and we just want to abide by your games. We'll just do what we're going to do and do it the way we're supposed to do it, the way we like it, because you guys don't count anymore. I hate them so much. All right, so sending love and prayers always. That's right, Valerie. So I'm not angry like sending them hate or anything. I'm just like disappointed, and bringing that to everybody's attention that these mofos don't care about us. So, and that's a Michael Jackson song, right? So there's Andrew Cuomo, Curtis Sliwa. How do you pronounce that guy's name? Closing gap on socialist Zoran Mamdani, and latest New York City mayoral election poll. So if New York puts this communist in there, and he said he's going to be okay with making it legal to have prostitution. Now, some of you guys might have seen the show that Lara Logan did when she was I think she probably still works with Fox, but she did a show with Fox, special report, where she went down into Mexico and she was finding out where all of the trafficking was going, women, children, so forth. Most of it goes to New York. How about that? Yep. And that's one of the reasons why he wants to make it legal, and probably one of the reasons why he will get elected. All right. So you have a couple of other guys that are running. Cuomo belongs in prison. Mamdani belongs back in his country where he came from. I don't know. These guys can't do the right thing. They can't stop changing the time, and they can't make this guy that should be going back to his country go back to his country. All right. So, and they can't put Cuomo in jail, who deserves to be in jail. So that leaves us with the GOP guy. He's done a lot for New York. Back when the gangs were crazy, there was a lot of crime in New York. He and a bunch of other guys, the purple or red, whatever, beret guys, right? Raspberry beret, like Prince used to sing. She wore a raspberry beret, and when it was warm, she didn't wear much more. So I don't know about those guys, if that's what it was for them. I doubt it. Hopefully not, but whatever. My wife's moaning in the background, so come on. She's laughing. She says, yeah, I sound like, oh, jeez. All right. So anyway, let's share the screen. Let's look at these people. Let's look at the only guy first that should be winning, right there. All right, this guy. All right, so I'm surprised that Trump didn't support this guy, but this guy really beats up on Trump. He's not a Trump supporter, and so Trump doesn't support him. So you would think New Yorkers would be like, they all hate Trump, so they'd vote for him. I don't know. It's pretty crazy. So who knows? Maybe he'll win. I doubt it. Curtis Silva. I've heard him talk. He's a little bit out there, but I think he would do of all the candidates. Well, other two, he would probably do the best job. He would work well with the police, like he did when he was running the Raspberry Beret guys, and and also when he talks, he wants to help New Yorkers. He's not about money. He's not a rich guy, and the other two are. And so, New Yorkers, this is what I would say if I was in charge. If you pick Mamdani, then the rest of our country is going to hate you, New Yorkers, right? We will hate you, right? And we will probably do everything in our power to disown you, whatever that means, however that happens. We will never go back to New York as long as you got this communist hyena in office. And we will not support anything that comes from New York. And if we can, we'll stop all food going to New York City. All right. So it's go ahead, make our day, as Clint Eastwood would say. Make my day. So how many bullets you think I shot? So go ahead, New York, make our day. All right. We'll disown you. I promise you, America will disown New York. President Trump does some strange things, guys. All right. You can't, I know a lot of you guys are like, President Trump could do no wrong. And when you look at it on hindsight, it's like he really doesn't. But on the front of it, I think we all should be kind of like, what? Why are you endorsing Cuomo? So I have this intuitive gift, and I said Cuomo would go bye-bye. He would be the first. And I said that we would see, I think, two others that still seem to be there, but I'm kind of skeptical. The other one is in California, of course. We want Newsom to go bye-bye. Remember when Newsom was 2 weeks, he was like, no one could find him. He was gone. And they already dealt with him, I believe. And then we had Whitmer up in Michigan. She's been real quiet. So I don't know. And, they just disclosed that there was a terrorist threat that they foiled. FBI foiled it. Just like the FBI came out with like those white supremacists, supposedly. And they basically set them up. We know that now. I think they did that on purpose so they could go after people that were, gun rights people and so forth. Because we know the FBI really went after everybody. Now we're seeing Congress. Like we got Ted Cruz, his panties are they're tight. They're tight around those little ones, right? Because he doesn't have very big cojones. So they're tight around there. And he's screaming and yelling that the FBI, looked at his phone records and all that kind of stuff. Where was outrage when they're arresting all the J6ers? Yeah. So anyway, these guys are, getting exposed, I guess, and going away. I don't know. We'll see. So Mamdani, is he going to be? I predicted he's going to win it. All right. So we'll see. Some of you out there are saying that he's not. So the other option is Cuomo. Really? Cuermo? So who knows? Maybe people have to go down the road where everything just is completely foobarred before they wake up. And maybe that's what happens in New York. I don't know. New York, it's a mess. Just that his polling is that high. It should be like 1%, not 41%. So I'm ashamed of the people of New York. Ashamed. Shame on you. So Oh my God! But obviously, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They don't care what the rest of America thinks. They're going to do what they want. We'll see how that turns out for them. Right? I say, just completely disown New York. Completely. They don't New what? New York. What's that? Oh, I've never heard of it. There's people there, and someplace that's an island in the state of New York. New York, what city? Oh, yeah. No, don't they have like some kind of statue there of Lucifer that's in the harbor? Yeah. That's I heard about that. Yeah, I don't even pay attention to any of that. It's whatever. All right, so America, 13 counties in Oregon are voting to secede and join Idaho as part of the Greater Idaho movement. This has been talked about for a long time. It's been moving in that direction over the last couple of years. It's very, very close, guys. So we may start to see this in America, where these big blue little cities, basically the red country all around them, basically succeeds. And there's no more money to run those governments, because that's where it's all coming from. Like Mamdani, he's going to give away free, and the rest of you New Yorkers are going to pay for it. The red area of New York will pay for it. How do you guys like that?
Just like most liberal blue states, the majority of the counties in Oregon are actually conservative leaning. Out of the 36 total counties in Oregon, 13 of them have already voted in favor of secession, because by and large, the people living in those counties believe that their own values are no longer being represented by their state legislature, which, as you would imagine, is dominated by the extremely liberal politicians coming out of Portland. And so this is where the Greater Idaho movement comes in, with its plan to take the eastern counties of Oregon and have them join the very conservative state of Idaho. This would effectively move the state line of Idaho several hundred miles west. And what's truly interesting about this particular movement is that it might actually succeed. This movement is really picking up steam, with more and more counties in the eastern part of Oregon getting on board. But the big question here is whether this prospect of secession is actually going to go anywhere. Is it really the case that if all 15 of these counties vote for it, then the transfer can just happen?
Oh, it can happen. It can happen. And didn't mention it there, but there are a lot of Northern California counties want to do the same thing, and they've been discussing it for a long time as well. So we may see this happen throughout America, guys. If these blue cities with governors that support these blue cities. Now, down in Rio de Janeiro, you know that I don't know if you know it or not. I had it on the show before. They are rioting the drug cartels that are linked to the leftist government. Let me say that again. The drug cartels in Brazil are linked to the leftist government. Does that sound familiar? Right? So the leftist, I've been saying this. If we will see Trump and the military go into Venezuela, guys. What do you think is going to happen in those big blue cities with all those cartels? They lean left. That's why there's so much crime there. Hello. It's coming, right? And maybe all around those big blue cities where it's red, they succeed. They succeed. Yes, that's what we're going to see. Yes. Let them burn. Let them burn. All right. Might remember that one scene in where they're storming the beaches in Normandy, and they finally made their way up there. They did the little, there's like these tubes that blow up. I used to do those quite a bit. I can't think of the name right now, but you push them under barbed wire and you crank them off, and it sends out shrapnel and it destroys all the barbed wire. So they finally made their way up. They finally made up to the back of the pillboxes, and they used flamethrowers instead of running in there and get shot up and 3-4 men. They just used flamethrowers. So the Germans were like burning, and they were like coming out to the top where they've been shooting at all the soldiers coming up on the beach, and one guy said, "Let them burn." Yeah. New York, let it burn. All right. So some states scramble to maintain food access ahead of potential snap lapse. Snap lapse. And snappy. Just like that. It's gone. Right? So states are resorting to last-ditch efforts to preserve access to groceries. Now, did it really stop? The people using their SNAP cards, ATM cards, whatever they got, are they still funded? Anybody? Are they still funded? Because they talk about, how it's going to get shut down on November 1st. Are they still working? That would be something to find out. All right. Anyone? Anyone throw it in the chat? Now, I know I did my grocery shopping Friday. Yeah. Yeah, we haven't been to stores either. Now, I know somebody, I have a friend, a family friend, or not family, but different, kind of like family. They live in about an hour and maybe hour and a half from New York City. And they said that their local grocery store had armed people, like armed security outside. And they've never seen that before. Wow. So, yeah, there's some people got ready for it. Maybe they were listening to me. I don't know. Maybe they were listening. I think a lot of us out here were talking about it. But somebody in the chat is saying that they had funds if they have funds on the card, they still work. Yes, but no new funds have been added. Yankee Ward. So, yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, remember what Juan said. First, the cats and dogs disappear, and then the rats and mice, right? That's in Venezuela. Leave the World Behind. No, it wasn't that movie. Heard Walmart shut down. I think I heard that from some. I don't know about all of them. So any thoughts on states like New Jersey, governor calling national emergency due to SNAP? Will that affect the election? So, yes, New Jersey was one of them. Costco was super packed today, was full of illegals. I guess they're using whatever funds they got left, right? Not funded here in North Carolina. 3rd is the date to be replenished. Not happening. All right, so is this part of a larger plan? Because we know the Trump team, like I said, sometimes it's like shady what they say and what they do, but on the backside you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I see. So yeah, we can call it out and go, what's up with that, and we can chat about it, we can talk about it, but really just stay focused. I mean, if through the President Trump team, the Q team, and so forth. All right, so let me see. There's a list of states. President Trump hours later signaled the USDA would release the contingency funding. Now, President Trump also said he wanted to use emergency funding or the nuclear option. He asked the Senate to do the nuclear option and go ahead and vote it for funding of the government. I guess they decided to blow them off, unless they're going to do it on Monday or, I don't know. It seems to me they're doing this on purpose. For whatever purpose that is, remains to be seen. I think there's multiple reasons. It's very interesting. Now I have David Sereda on my show, and he talked about 3i Atlas on a level that is unbelievable, right? His connections and all the kind of stuff is like, he's a physicist, scientist. He knows all this stuff. He's got communication, multidimensional communication, and he's spiritual and aligned with all the different religions, all the different places where 3i Atlas is like at certain times. It's incredible. It's incredible, all the stuff. Now, he said that the reason why, in his opinion, of course, there's probably many reasons they do all these things, is that they shut down all the telescopes that can look at 3I Atlas so that we could see what 3 Atlas really is, right? So that's one of the things that's going on right now. We don't have the ability to view. Of course, somebody does, all right? And who is that somebody? Is it the good guys that are stopping it, or is it the bad guys? I would say it's probably the good guys, because the bad guys are going to use it in a negative way, all right? That's my thoughts. All right, later on Friday, Trump said on Truth Social it would be his honor to fund SNAP if we are given the appropriate legal direction, he maintained. Our government lawyers do not think we have the legal authority to pay SNAP benefits every month. It's insane to me that 1 out of every 8 Americans is on SNAP. What is going on here? I wonder what it was back in time, 1 in 100, back, 50 years ago, or was it even, or do welfare? How long we've had welfare? It's insane to me. Now, I know a lot of places, if people need food, there's food banks. And that's the way it's been for a long time. If you belong to a church is definitely going to take care of you, depending on what church, I guess. Right. So, but most churches in the past, I remember when I was growing up, if there was a family in need, I remember one time a friend of mine, the Christmas lights malfunctioned during Christmas and the house burned down, and my friend was lost, and I think one of the parents was lost, and another one of his sister. So one daughter was left, and I think the mom, or I can't remember if it was the mom or dad, but the church came in and hooked them up. So that's the way it's been throughout most of history in the United States. And it's, communities, we help each other. Now, on that same line, when I did a show with Juan just recently, we talked about the state of Utah was basically putting together a class action lawsuit that every state could use to basically go after all of the legal voting. And there was one gentleman, and I know a lot of you probably did the same. One gentleman gave $5,000, right, to help donate to that. So you guys in my chat, God bless you. You guys do that all the time. Help people out. Remember that one grandmother that was basically J6 grandmother? We gave enough money for her to fund her legal funds. We gave her enough money to continue to survive and so forth over that long period. You can still help, of course, but we did an event where we sold a bunch of my books and we gave all the funds to her. So it basically, we are a community. We help each other during times of emergency. So it's quite amazing. All right. So Kathy Hochul is emergency funding in New York. Of course, you people in the red side of the state are going to fund that. Right. The New York City is not. New Mexico is a mess. We've gone through New Mexico over decades, and it has gone downhill bad. Right. Very sad. So New Mexico governor announced $30 million would be released to provide assistance to SNAP beneficiaries until November 10th. So there's several states that are putting it forward, and District of Columbia, California, West Virginia, Louisiana, probably more. But in West Virginia, they have deployed emergency funds to food banks and SNAP beneficiaries ahead of the anticipated halt in benefits. So, people are going to be helped. They just have to look for the resources that are out there that are going to help them, because that's what we do. And maybe Hochul sucks. New York does not want her either. Yes, she was Georgia girl. I don't think she was voted in. They still lie. They self-promote. And, who's that one guy that was running Georgia girl? He was a senator or congressman or something. He was so strong, and he barely lost. I was like, yeah, they stole that race from him. Absolutely. So anyway, we'll see this continue until we get the right legal aspects out there to basically stop it. And I think we're getting there. Lee Zeldin. Thank you, Jacqueline. Yeah, Lee Zeldin was amazing. He would have crushed it. New York would have been well served. There wouldn't be any problems right now anywhere. So, geez, you got to get the right leadership in there, guys. If you got these libtards in there that are aligned with the cartels, they are, all right, and they're not going to do the right thing for the people. That's why they kept bringing in all the illegals, right? Because they were going to replace, the people of these states. They were going to have to fund them. So, why SNAP benefits can't be funded without congressional action? It says a court-ordered distribution of emergency SNAP funds would require the Trump administration to break the law. So these judges that have come down, these federal judges that are quacks, should be like, when they do stuff like this, they should lose their license forever. All right. I don't know why that doesn't happen. If they do stupid like this, they should go away, and they should never be able to come back and practice law in any form or fashion, anywhere, ever again. And so my wife is repeating after me, so she agrees. Right. So the other half, right? It's good. SNAP cannot be sustained absent a new congressional funding. So there's an Anti-Deficiency Act that prohibits federal agencies from obliterating or expending funds for that program. All right. So some of these quack federal judges that do that, they should basically be hauled away. All right. Now, Trump is responding like he did in his last administration, because we know Big Pharma likes to control this. Now, I had a show where I talked about how you could eat apricot seeds and it would do amazing things. All right. And it's been proven by doctors to do this, but they're not recognized. So that show got yanked by YouTube. And I got a warning, right? So we can't still spread truth when it goes against the deep state pocket, right? Or the deep state narrative. Because another show that I got yanked was the one where I talked about Charlie Kirk. I talked about my expertise. 35 years in the military, the highest levels, CIA, highest levels. I said, no, you can believe it if you want. And that's one of the things that YouTube says. You can be strong on something, but you can't be like everybody else is like false. I'm like, believe it or not, Ripley's. And so, you know how they came in and they had all the magicians and so forth. Is like, ooh, shot the neck. And everybody's like, oh, shot the neck. You don't know what you're talking about, Mike. You shot a lot of bullets, but obviously you don't know what you're talking about. So, yeah. All right. So YouTube's like, whoop, narrative control, right? So don't have free speech. No free speech. All right. So you gotta talk around stuff. Remember I used to sing, don't get the jabberoo. And then it was like Christmas time and I was singing the Christmas hymn and all that kind of stuff. And then they're like, and that's what they started doing. So like, jabberoo. So Trump responds to Dilbert creator. So, am I talking about this and I'm going to get like yanked? Like it's in the news. Look, and every time that I would talk about stuff, I'm like, look, here's the article on it. It's in like the New York Times or Wall Street Journal or, in this case, what is this? U.S. News. So, and then they would come in, no, you broke our standards. We're trying to protect trying to protect our audience from people like you that spread truth, and we can't have that because it will affect our audience. How about you let them decide? Let them decide. All right, they can unsubscribe if I'm spreading too much truth. How about that? You went a day. They asked President Trump and these conferences, these fake media, conferences. It's like President Trump, you didn't say anything on Sunday. Were you sick? He's like, my God, Biden wouldn't show up for like days, and you guys never said anything about it. So, and then when if he did a press conference, he had like a screen that he looked at, and he would talk, and no one could ask him questions. So, I mean, I do questions with you guys. Like, I probably at one of President Trump's press conferences, he probably answered more questions than Biden in his whole 4 years. Trump declined, caught on video. So, to me, it's like they're making it up. And this goofy guy, he's like, oh, look at this.
Trump and his White House are in full-blown panic mode right now because the clip on your screen went insanely viral over.
Yeah, I don't think they have a problem, dude. But whatever. Leftists got to be leftists. They got to lie.
They were so furious about this video that they actually responded on Twitter already with some expletives. So I'm going to show you their response and more in just a moment. But to give you some context, Donald Trump right now is in Asia. He's visiting different countries and different leaders. And currently he's in Japan. So last night, the Japanese.
All right. So it was 5 days ago. Let's see. He's just walking around.
Guide the president of the United States around the room. Look at her right here. This was initially point.
Yeah. I mean, if I used to do, like, we used to call them dog and pony shows, and we'd have admirals and generals come in, and somebody had to guide them around. They didn't know where to go. They're not part of our group. Oftentimes I was the guy that would talk to them. Imagine that, still talking, right? I'm like the introvert, and I'm out here still talking. All right. So, what? It's like, make it up. If it doesn't fit, make it up. These guys
telling him, hey, here's where to walk, here's where to go. And then later he just pauses and hey, can we?
He's like, well, you're guiding me around. And so you're not guiding me around. So I'm just going to stand here till you show me where to go. It's like, duh, make it up, cowboy. So it's crazy. Don't fall for it. Disinformation. Until you see Trump drop and never get back up again, he's going to keep going, right? Like me. Until you see me not here anymore, I'm going to be here. And when I'm not here anymore, I'm somewhere else. Right? So what? Doctor identifies possible reasons for Trump's secret MRI. It's part of a physical. Hello. So he's the guy that does the physicals and lets the information come out. Biden, I don't know if he ever did one in the entire time he was in office, and if he did, they lied about it. So because it would have proven that he's like effed up. All right, so you guys know I've been saying silver, high hold silver away.
Bulls on silver for the last few years, and
now. I don't know if probably nobody has heard of David Hunter, but I've been following him for well over a year. He is like amazingly accurate. Right? He's like crushed it. No one else is better than David Hunter. He's an underdog as far as like hardly anybody knows about him, but his information is like spot on.
Took a lot of heat for the fact that silver took a while to get going. But silver, as you point out, is performing now as typically when the person.
Yeah, that's the way I feel. I was like, silver, accumulate. And so everybody's like, well, it's not doing anything. Well, it is. You got in cheap and now like blown up, and you can still get in cheap because it pulled back some. If it pulls back more, that's cheaper. Get in while you can.
metals are in a bull market, silver will outperform gold. In this letter, I am raising my target. I was already pretty high on the street with a $75 target pre-bust. I am raising that to 100. Again, same thing. I think it's a thin metal that is just starting to get sponsorship. And, retail's been there. A lot of, certainly those that dabble in the metals have.
All right. So he's saying that he sees $100 before stock market crashes. So he's been saying the stock market's going to blow up. He's been saying that when I was like, this thing's going to go down. He kept saying it was going up. And I'm like, I got to listen to this guy. He's always right. So he's been right. And so stock market probably has maybe a little bit of pullback, and then it's going to take off. It's going to keep breaking all-time highs, maybe a little bit of pullback here and there, 5, 10, 15%, whatever. And then it's going to keep going for a while into maybe next year. We'll see. But it's going to go up. Now, you stock market bros and you crypto bros, not so much. You could put it in silver and more than double your money. Are you going to more than double your Bitcoin? No. Are you going to more than double your stock market portfolio? No. All right. Get into silver. And of course, Dr. Kirk Elliott is the man to go to. All right. Got another show, guys. I got to jump off. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. And of course, I will see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, joined today by David Sarita. Wow, unbelievable background. David is a physicist, inventor, spiritual researcher, Tesla technology, scalar energy, consciousness science. He blends quantum physics and metaphysical concepts to develop tools aimed at personal healing, consciousness expansion, and energy alignment. And more recently, he's been very much involved in disclosing 3-Eye Atlas, and we're going to talk a little bit about that today. David, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, good to be here, Michael. Thanks for having me on. It's good to be in a new place, see a new face,
Well, that's great. Yeah, we talked before the show, a few minutes before the show, and looking at your website and so forth, stunning piece of work just by itself. And of course, you're a master at many different levels of consciousness and frequency, like we were just talking about. So would you care to go a little bit deeper into the frequency conversation that you were talking about?
Yeah, I mean, my theory, it's a good theory, is that frequency, we could start with the birth of the musical system, the modern musical scale, going back to Pythagoras and ancient Greece, and inventing the first monochord, the first single string instrument, and then the tetrachord, and then eventually they developed the harp, the kithara it was called. And the frequencies in a music scale, in arrangements, the arrangement of that is music. And with the birth of those frequencies coming into human consciousness, you can see a sudden leap in human creativity and evolution from the primitive, even architecturally. And you can see also, I did a huge case study on this, that once the Washington Monument is being erected, and the Washington Monument is a monopole antenna, kind of like this scepter right here that my company makes, and as the monument is being erected, Thomas Edison, Nikola Tesla are in the birth of the technology that's going to change the world. In fact, it was George Washington who has this spiritual vision of angels showing him the future of America, who really is the insider creator of the monument. And really, it is actually a fulfillment of Isaiah 19:19, which is that God says there'll be a temple to the Lord God in the land of Egypt and a pillar at the border thereof. And these pillars, which are obelisks in ancient Egypt, you calculate the frequency that a monopole will give off based on its height. So I went in to find the exact height of the Washington Monument, and I got really exact. I went to the National Park Service website and said, I need this down to the inch because I want to know its exact frequency that it's giving off. And the reason I wanted to know that is I found historically that within a 200-mile nautical radius of the monument, so it's giving off these waves, once it's plugged into the earth with its steel frame and its marble casing exterior, and at the very, very top at the pyramidion is an aluminum pyramidion. And in fact, if you look at your pyramid on the back of the $1 bill with the all-seeing eye above it, the slope angle on that pyramid is not the Great Pyramid. It's the slope angle of the Washington Monument, which is 72 degrees. So when I calculated the frequency coming off the monument, because I wanted to know why all the greatest inventions in the history of the world, they're suddenly cascading from the moment the frame is up. You've already got Tesla and Edison inventing. Of course, Edison invents the motion picture, the phonograph, direct current electricity. Tesla invents alternating current, remote control. The true father of radio is Tesla, Lodge, and Stone. And then you get into the Wright brothers at Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, and Henry Ford, the production of the automobile. And then you get into Motorola, you get into the first internet technology, Bell Labs in New Jersey. All these inventions, like their inception points, don't happen in California. They don't happen in Germany. They don't happen with some guy in Africa. They don't happen with some guy in India. They're all happening at inception around this frequencies that the monument is giving off. So I calculated it's an A note, and it's tuned to what is called the 432 perfect A note music scale, which we no longer use. We use A440. So 440 waves per second is a musical A note. So I became more interested in the power of frequency, and doing the calculations is actually quite easy. It's elementary physics. You just take the height of an antenna, a monopole, and the wavelength coming off of this staff or scepter. Jesus said in Mark 6:8 that the apostles had to have their staffs. He said, no money, no bread, nothing just your staff. So he's putting absolute importance on this frequency tuning device. The wave that comes off a monopole is 4 times the height. So it's like a square. So you measure that based on its height times 4. Say if I do that in inches, then I resolve the speed of light in inches, and the speed of light in inches divided by the square is the frequency. And then I take that frequency and I divide it by a musical octave a bunch of times, which is 2. You divide it by 2, divide by 2. And then I met with the Washington Monument a frequency of 432 hertz. And I go, so that means every one of the octaves that the monument is putting out are all perfect A notes. So why is that? You have to ask yourself, why is frequency so powerful? And so when we ask that question and we start exposing ourselves to harmonic frequencies, we start to see how it causes, and like when I was a kid growing up in the 60s, you had the big antenna on the back of the car, on the back of the station wagon, and you're listening to a radio station, like maybe it's, AM means amplitude modulation, FM means frequency modulated stations. That car and those frequencies, everyone in the country who's tuning in to that station, listening to music or the news, we're all at the same frequency.
Yeah,
Our skeleton is all vibrating at the same frequency. So in a way, we were in this symbiotic resonance together when radio stations like that, which there's less and less of today because we use the internet today, were causing the human nervous system to vibrate at these frequencies. And that was causing an evolution in our consciousness. And so that's where I start.
Wow. Unbelievable. So I was looking through some of your information, and just before we came on, we talked about how you're in communication with your deceased wife, and the communication is unbelievable. And she gave you like a number to look up, and it related to the pyramids and the probably what we're seeing right now with 3i Atlas. So
it's all about that.
Yeah.
It was actually the Admiral Tim Gallaudet. I saw an interview with him on the UAP discussion with Lieutenant Ryan Graves, who is this, fighter pilot in the Atlantic coast who and his buddies were chasing these cube with a sphere interfaced UFO UAPs on the Atlantic coast. And in his interview with Admiral Gallaudet was saying we need to also look in the near-death experience to really understand what's going on. I'm going to show you. I'll just do a share screen with my calculator. So from the day she dies, August 9th, 591 days later, she calls out my name like an opera singer. And my wife was a trained opera singer and jazz singer, Crystal Menchaca-Serena.
Beautiful.
So I see this number, never seen this number before in my life, but when you see what it can do, it's going to blow your mind. I divide it by the golden ratio, which is a ratio we find in the human brain, the Fibonacci spiral that spirals out of our hairlines. In fact, the ratio of my fingertips to my wrist to my elbow is pretty much 1 to the golden ratio.
Right.
We see it in plants. We see it in the spiral in Milky Way galaxies and seashells. Like if you look at a snail, those are all golden ratio spirals. So that's all I'm doing is taking her number and divide it by 1.618033987. I can do this repeatedly. And when I do it once, that is the exact 99.999% sidereal orbit for Earth, meaning it takes that many days to go around the sun. I was so stunned when I saw this. I said, my wife is 1 to the golden ratio from Earth, which means that's where heaven is, because nobody knows where Jesus went when the 11 apostles saw him on his ascension day, 39 or 40 days after Easter, going up into the sky. I was a skydiver, and I trained at Edwards Air Force Base for high altitude skydiving. So a human body cannot breathe above 15,000 feet. In fact, you can't breathe much 15,000 feet. So Jesus is physical. He's going, where is he going? And where can you breathe? Like nobody even asked this question.
Yeah.
So this number is so stunning. I'm going to do it again. So when I hit equals, it's just going to hit divided by the golden ratio again. That's the orbit of Venus, like accurate to because Venus orbits the sun in 225 days.
Yep.
And I do it again, and I get a hypothetical orbit of 139.516 days. This number lines up perfectly with the ascension date of Jesus, starting at the new sun in a calendar year. And it also lines up perfectly with the miracle of the sun at Fatima, Portugal in 1970.
Yes.
Right? Because the first day at Fatima, Portugal, when the Mother Mary appears to these 3 children, is May the 13th, 1917. So you take May the 13th minus 139 days, you're at December 25th, Christmas Day. So why is that? Because Christmas is 3 days after winter solstice, right? Which is the change of the seasons and the marking of a new year. So why is that? Well, I'm going to do it again. So it lines up with Jesus' Ascension Day. It actually lines up with the Buddha's birthday, and it also lines up with the miracle of the sun at Fatima. Now, the actual miracle of the sun at Fatima is October 13th, which is 2 orbits of planet 139, which shouldn't be there because astronomers today, and this is going to be important when we get to 3i Atlas, astronomers today believe that 100,000 people on a hillside in Portugal in 1917 all hallucinated this what appeared to be an annular ring style eclipse of the sun with an unknown body, because we know there was no lunar eclipse that day. And as far as astronomers know and believe, there's no other planets in the solar system. Well, they're wrong. I'm going to prove them wrong. So, and then I do it again, and this is about 97% accurate to the orbit of Mercury, which is 87.9 basically days to go around the sun. Now, if I keep going, I get a hypothetical orbit of 53.29 days. This is almost exactly 33, which is the age of Jesus and Alexander the Great. And this number here is a planet called Vulcan. So if anybody's watched Star Trek and they know Spock, he comes from planet Vulcan. Planet Vulcan was an observed planet inside the orbit of Mercury with an orbit of 20 days, rounded off to the nearest number. So I'm like, 99, 98% accurate to the orbit of Vulcan. But when astronomers saw it at the Paris Observatory in the 19th century, it vanished. So we had a planet appearing and vanishing.
Mm-hmm.
And because it vanished, they knew it wasn't a sunspot. They said, well, it can't be real. But yet they observed it in telescopes in Colorado, in America. It was observed several times and then it vanished. So when I keep going even further, this is the height of the Great Pyramid of Egypt to perfection by a factor of 100. So that means if I take that number times 100, that's the height of the Great Pyramid of Egypt. Which is going to be important for us too with 3i Atlas. Very important. So it's just a factor of 100, which means if I take this number times the golden ratio going out, it's just going to equal 100 orbits of all the planets, right? So when I take the 591 and I go out, I'm going to reach the outer planets as well, to percentages and degrees of accuracy. So how did
stunning
like how did that happen? And that's where I start. So when 3i Atlas comes in, let me show you why this gets so personal to me with 3i Atlas. Because
I saw in one of your recent shows where you're aligning the pyramid with Jesus' ascension and Coeur and all. Oh, it's just stunning information. Wow.
Yeah, that's my angles project, and I can. I'm, whatever you bring up, we'll cover here today because that's really important. So this is what the hyperdimensional, what I call the real solar system looks like. And this is going to be quite stunning because it's actually the poet Dante who wrote the Inferno, the Purgatorio, and the Paradiso. Was the first one who ever saw this. In his visions, in Dante's visions in the Paradiso, to Mercury, the Sun, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, at the time of Dante in the 14th century, we had not discovered Uranus and Neptune yet. But he describes them with different names, but he describes their coloring perfectly.
Wow.
Because they wouldn't be discovered until 18th, 19th century. So Dante is out here where my cursor is, just beyond Neptune, and Beatrice shows him 9 more planets of the angels heading back towards the sun.
Incredible.
My wife's formula gives me the orbits in Earth day time. So all these numbers you see are Earth day time. Here's my 591 right here, right? And so that's how many days it takes this hypothetical planet to go around the sun, which I just demonstrated. Now watch what happens when I bring in 3i Atlas. This is really going to get crazy because 3i Atlas is headed 100% like a bullseye for 591. You see, this is, I remember when this graphic first came out, I calculated using a ruler and ratio calculations, if Mars has an orbit of 686.98 days, where would 591 be? It would be inside the orbit of Mars right here. And so 3i Atlas is 5 degrees above the ecliptic plane, so it would fly right over it, right over its orbit, its exact orbit.
Stunning.
And that's its bullseye. And at perihelion, which was the 29th of October, which we just had, and the 30th, right? Big news broke. But I calculated it would hit the center point October 23rd, which happens to be my 15-year-old daughter Alira's birthday, which is also quite stunning. But on the 19th of October here, when we had the huge internet outage that affected Amazon and hundreds of apps worldwide all day, happened when it hit here.
Oh my gosh.
And I think that's not a coincidence. On November 11th, it's going to be right around here on this, because it's basically holding this position for quite a while. So right away, I became interested. And then I did a calculation, which was, according to Avi Loeb, the lead Harvard astronomer, who was telling the world there's a high probability that this is an alien spacecraft made out of nickel the size of Manhattan, at the very least, the island of Manhattan.
12 miles, yeah.
And I know that's really far out. Like, he's a Harvard physicist, right? Like how do you say he's lost his mind? Well, if you look at his math, I'm going to show you something here that is based on his first hypothesis before I go. So I'm going to go to his page on Medium. I have a page on Medium where my more advanced articles are written. So we go to this news broke yesterday. This is just stunning. But his first, we'll do his news, and then I'll show you what's called the odds. So here we go. Avi Loeb's Medium page. This news broke yesterday. And the news that broke yesterday and the day before is that, according to data that's collected at perihelion, which is mean 3i Atlas is closest to the sun, it exhibited non-gravitational, which means not natural, acceleration, which means there has to be a technology behind it. And it was emitting more blue light than the sun, whereas comets will emit more reddish orange light at perihelion, which is reflective of the sun. But instead, it was emitting more blue light than the sun, which means it had its own energy signature. And this is the article. This article should have shocked the world when he published it 1 day ago. So on the 31st, it should have shocked the world, but the mainstream press didn't even seem to notice. So then what he does here is he calls for Congress, because this is where the story starts to get into what people call conspiracies, is because we shut down the US government October 1st. And I'll show you what that means. And we blocked images to the Mars HiRISE camera, which is literally the best camera in the solar system starting that day. And it is, I know cameras. I mean, I was a professional photographer. I'm used to develop film in the old days. So let me show you what happens when you go to I'm going to click on the.
So I love this the spiritual physics science connection. It's stunning. Very, very well done.
Well, thank you. I'm glad you can appreciate that, because I mean, when the older you get, and not necessarily because we're older, we want to know where we're going next, right? I mean, and to really start to look at evidence in near-death experiences starts to give people some sort of promise or hope that we know where we're going to go next. I don't know what's going on with my screen here, but I'm somehow zoomed in super huge on the screen here on our podcast. So I'm trying to find my trying to find out how that even happened. Okay, so there it is. There's my share screen. So share screen. Am I sharing screen right now or no?
No, not yet.
Okay, so let's go what can I go to here? Because I'm trying to see what I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you this next. Okay. This is really super advanced. This is a paper that came out just a few days ago. And in this paper, physicist Beatrice Villarreal is one of the lead physicists from Sweden on this project, but so are many world-renowned physicists, started to notice, and this is really evidence of my theory of hyperdimensional planets that are in this golden ratio synchronicity to Earth's orbit and the orbits of the known planets, which would be an enormous breakthrough mathematically, because in the world of Galileo and Newton and many early mathematicians, to find the algorithm to the orbits of the planets has never been accomplished or resolved, which my wife's formula combined with my knowledge did. But what you're seeing on the screen here are images from the Palomar Observatory in San Diego, California, taken in the 1950s of whole stars or planets with these blue circles. Can you see these blue circles where my cursor is?
Yep.
That were photographed, and only minutes later in the next photograph, they vanished, gone. And it took them quite a few years. And in this paper, they have documented a great number of cases where these planets or stars, we don't know what they are actually appearing and vanishing. It's taken a long time to come to this. So, I mean, for people who want to see the whole, presentation of that on my Medium page and where my articles are posted on that, you can. But basically, this should also be probably one of the biggest stories in the world now, because when you get into this kind of physics, you can explain. We have 3 cases now of hyperdimensional, meaning planets that appear in our solar system and vanish. We have Vulcan, we have the miracle of the sun at Fatima, and now we actually have 3i Atlas doing the same thing. So what I was going to show is how we shut down. Let me go to where 3i Atlas is right now. And you're going to see how this all played out. Because what I did is I mapped 3i Atlas as it was coming into the solar system. Every orbit of every planet it crossed lined up with a major the most powerful religious states for Christianity, Judaism, Islam, and even the ancient Egyptians. Every planet it crosses, I mapped that. But what's more stunning is okay, here we go. I'm going to go to what happened on the 19th, 20th of October, right here. Can you see this article on my Medium page? Just want to make sure.
It's not coming up yet.
Okay, so I'm not sharing screen yet. That's because I know how to make this shrink down, but we are somehow.
Another thing that's incredible is the Economic Times of all journalist magazines basically said filmmaker and author David Sarita, who collaborated with MIT physicist Bogdan Maglik on nuclear fusion research, had detected unusual light emissions from the interstellar object 3i Atlas on October 13th, 2025. Sarita claimed that the pulses followed a Fibonacci sequence coinciding with the 108th anniversary of the miracle of the sun at Fatima. So stunning.
Well, that also happened. That's right. That also happened. And there's so much data here. I mean, in this particular article here so remember, they shut down the Mars High Rise camera October 1st. Guess what happened on October 1st? It was Yom Kippur, which
Wow.
is when 3i Atlas arrived at Mars. Perfectly timed. Yom Kippur is when Moses receives the second set of 10 commandment tablets, and the God of the Bible comes down. He's obviously on earth on Mount Sinai, and it became noted as the Day of Atonement of Sins for the Israelites, where in the Holy of Holies temple in Jerusalem, in Solomon's temple, the high priest enters 1 day per year to atone for the sins of the people. When Christ was crucified, a lightning bolt strikes the Holy of Holies and tears it open and knocks the foundation pillars to the ground, signifying the tremendous importance of the Holy of Holies. So why is it, you'll see this, and so are you seeing my screen now with this article?
Yes. Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so why is it that when 3i Atlas hit the orbit of 591, with all the cameras turned down, I went to an older solar cam because 3i Atlas was pairing with the sun. And I went to the LASCO camera, which they didn't turn off because the good solar camera, the NASA SDO, Solar Dynamic Observatory, was turned off on Yom Kippur. The U.S. government shut down on Yom Kippur, day 1, October 1st. And the Mars HiRISE is still shut down as of October 1st, which is the best camera in the solar system. And you can see in this image here, up in the top right corner, I get this object. Now, this thing is huge. This thing can't be 3i Atlas. I'm proposing we're getting a glint off of 591 because this is where it would be. And to the right here is we see all this incredible structured geometry in this glint coming off of this. And due to mathematics, I can determine with the LASCO camera, looking at the sun here and the coronagraph of the solar emissions, that this is planetary in size. Because 3i Atlas would be somewhere here, which would be a speck by comparison. And so what happens is I immediately take note of this enormous object, and then the European spacecraft called the ESA ExoMars releases images, which I screen grab. And these glints are what's coming off of what they're telling us is 3i Atlas. The problem is when I did mathematics on the size of the measurement from the Mars ESA, this thing is way too big to be 3i Atlas. And look at these geometries. Look at them.
Wow.
Like, that's no comet.
No.
And what ends up happening is these images get smeared in a fuzzball through image stacking and released on Avi Loeb's website, and we lose the geometric, figures of the glinting when they do that as a form of cover-up. So this is an example of that camera looking at Saturn, Jupiter, Venus, and Mercury. So Mercury, of course, is closer to the sun. Venus is right next to us. And if you look at the size scale of this, and you look at the size scale of what I'm talking about, I'm looking at something here, which is a planet. The problem is on the LASCO camera, C3, the object appears and then it vanishes in the next frame. You see in this frame, it's not there. So I thought NASA removed it, but they didn't. And then this huge thing comes streaking by, which shouldn't be there. And then the story gets more and more mysterious. So now I'm going to go back to the newest article I did on this, which is this one.
So when these stars and planets blink in and out, do you think they're moving in between different dimensions or?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's exactly just like the UAPs, UFOs are. They're jumping dimensions.
Nice. Okay.
Is what they're doing. So we live in a hyperdimensional solar system that has cycles, which is what the miracle of the sun at Fatima is, where they pop into our dimension and pop out. So 3i Atlas, remember, its bullseye is where I'm looking. So now we look at this new article here on my Medium blog. And I'm saying that the prerequisite to this article is you have to understand that we live in a hyperdimensional solar system with hyperdimensional visits by UAP UFOs. Vanishing and appearing stars is a prerequisite. I know the story. This is the link in the Astronomical Journal to this new paper that was just released on the Vanishing Star Project. You can see examples here of another one appearing and then vanishing. I mean, I think this, for sci-fi people, should be the most exciting story of the decade. This image here on the right in the gray is similar to the coronagraph style imaging of the sun by an amateur. And this yellow line shows us the trajectory of 3I Atlas, which just appears like a tiny little speck following this line of October dates. And the 20th being right where my arrow is here is where 3I Atlas would be. And my object is in the same synchronicity as it, but it shows a little bit higher in the frame. You see the object on the left is here. So it's way too big to be 3I Atlas. And it's what you would call a megastructure. And if 591 is a planetary sized object that's jumping in and out of dimensions, it is stunning. Remember, this is an ESA